Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Give everyone a moment to take their seats. We're really excited to see everyone out today. Thank you for spending your Saturday afternoon with us. I'm Emma Sutton. I'm the Director of Housing and Community Development for the City of Raleigh, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to our Affordable Housing Forum today. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge some City Council members that are here today, folks from the City Manager's Office, as well as the speakers and community members and all of you that are here today in attendance. We really appreciate all of your leadership in this space to make this work possible. Just a personal note that grounds me and my perspective in this work and why I do it. Both my parents grew up in a lot of housing instability. My father was in foster care, and my mother lost her parents at a young age. So for them, the center of their goal was to create housing stability for their own family. And now, when I see my niece being raised in the same family home that I was raised in, it reminds me that while financing and data are really essential tools in doing this work, behind every door and unit and project that's created, there's a family and there's a household that needs stability in order to create opportunity. Right? And that's why we're all here today, right? It's about those folks. It's about those households, and everyone deserves that in their life. So today, we're going to share information about policies and data, and we're also going to interweave some personal stories from folks that are served by the city's housing programs. We're really excited and energized around this work and to share this space with you all who all care about the same thing. And with that, I am going to introduce our keynote, which we are very excited to have with us. Councilmember Justine Underhill from Falls Church, Virginia. She is very kindly taken time away from her busy role in Virginia to share her time and her expertise with us today. Councilmember Underhill is an award-winning journalist, filmmaker, and a nationally recognized voice on housing affordability. She is known for using her signature combination of storytelling, data, and on-the-ground reporting to convey complex policy discussions to a broad audience. Prior to her time in public office, the councilmember worked as a reporter, producer, and an on-air host for major media organizations. And additionally, before being elected to the City Council, Councilmember Underhill served on the Housing Commission in Falls Church, Virginia. So with that, please join me in welcoming Councilmember Justine Underhill.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start off with a confession. My deepest, darkest secret. I was once a NIMBY. But not just any NIMBY. I was the queen bee of the NIMBYs. I was the head rabble-rouser against new housing on my street. This was 10 years ago. I was so opposed to a single project, and actually if we can get the clicker working, oh, there we go. I was so opposed to a single project that I ended up writing a 25-page white paper arguing against it, complete with a table of contents. And then I launched a campaign to get myself elected. And I got myself elected as a local commissioner in Washington, D.C., and it was for one purpose: to kill this project. But today, 10 years later, I am on the exact opposite side. I am an elected housing advocate in Falls Church, Virginia. I was elected to City Council about 3 years ago, and I campaigned on a pro-homes, pro-growth, pro-urbanism platform. And I also make edutainment YouTube videos with the goal of changing people's minds on housing and urbanism. So what happened? How does one go from being a an anti-housing ringleader to becoming an elected housing advocate. Today, I want to take you on the journey of how I want to change other people's minds after changing my own. But to do that, we are going to need to go back about 10 years ago. So 10 years ago, I was living in a beautiful neighborhood in Washington, D.C. This is DuPont Circle, for any of you who know, on a beautiful tree-lined street with brick townhomes, quaint, cute little houses. And then one day somebody slipped a sheet of paper under my door, and it looked something like this. And I went to one community meeting, and then within months, I was leading the resistance. So why did I oppose it? Well, I just thought it was ugly. That was really the extent of it. I just didn't like how it looked. But once I started going down the path of trying to oppose it, I then started reaching for any other possible justification I could. Historic preservation, saving trees, traffic concerns, parking requirements. If I could go back in time with what I know today, I would be in favor of this project. I would not oppose it. But what's interesting is that while my beliefs have changed, my values have not. I still value the same things today as I did back then. I still value walkable spaces. I still value thriving local businesses and beautiful streets and strong communities and reducing homelessness. And I still value aesthetics. And because I care so much about aesthetics, I still think this building is ugly. What changed wasn't my values. What changed was my understanding of how absolutely everything is connected. At the time, I didn't understand how me opposing this housing or blocking new housing could possibly be related to homelessness. How could that be? I didn't realize that by requiring excessive parking right next to a metro station could actually lead to more traffic, not less. I didn't realize that by me blocking this building and 1,000 other me's blocking 1,000 other buildings across the city was a reason that some of my friends had to move outside of DC and why some of my family members struggled to make rent. I couldn't connect the dots between housing scarcity and the things that I cared about most. And while I deeply care about aesthetics and design, I more strongly prefer that there aren't people sleeping on the street. It took a decade for me to finally make those connections. And basically that decade in one sentence, I got really into biking. I wanted a bike lane. I then started reading books on like urban design. And then I realized that everything is connected to housing. And then I said, holy moly, what have I done? So today I've almost stepped into my redemption era, almost as a kind of self-imposed penance. I'm trying to take other people on the journey that I went on, but speed it up so that it doesn't take 10 years for them like it did for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a high-level overview of what I do, but for that I need to give a little bit of background of where I come from in Falls Church. So what we have, the DC region is very similar to the Raleigh area in that we have grown dramatically. We've added jobs faster than we've added homes, and that's created the affordability crisis that we all know too well. And so in Falls Church, we have been building homes at a rapid pace. We've had a 40% increase in population, while being the only jurisdiction to vastly exceed our regional housing targets at 139%. At the same time, traffic has decreased by 10%. It's funny, people never believe me when I tell them that traffic's decreased as we've increased population, so I always carry around a slip of paper with the data to prove it, because people always question that could possibly be the case. And then finally, 94% of residents say that the quality of life in Falls Church is good or excellent. Our pollster said that this number was virtually unheard of. They survey lots of different communities across the country. This number is unheard of. But I gotta say, of the 6% that is dissatisfied, I think I've talked to every single one, because they are very vocal and they show up to every single city council meeting. 3 years ago, when I was running for city council, there was a petition to stop townhomes from coming near commercial districts. More recently, we had a big petition to save single-family zoning. The skepticism about creating new housing is real, and it never sleeps. Now, during my campaign, this created a really good opportunity. So during my campaign, I knocked on thousands of doors, and you're told to spend at most 2 minutes at every single door. Don't spend longer than that. And so you might do something like this. Hi, I'm Justine Underhill. I'm running for City Council. Here's my contact information. Feel free to reach out. I won't hold you up. Have a good day. And then you move on to the next house. You don't want to spend much time. But instead, what would end up happening would be something like, oh, you're running for City Council. Would you like to come in, sit down, have some tea, have a chat? Now, you are never supposed to go inside. The number one rule of door knocking is do not go inside. And I would always go inside and talk to people for 30 minutes, an hour. I talked to somebody for 3 hours one time, and it was terrible for my campaign. But it was great for my personal edification. What I learned was what people's concerns were. I really got to sit down and talk to people and hear what their fears were, hear what their concerns were. In some ways, it was almost the best market research I could have possibly done. And that's how I figured out my approach for how to talk to people, because some of it was just trial and error, but some of it was thinking about what I could have said to myself 10 years ago. Like, what could I have said to change my mind? And I promise you, if someone had sat me down 10 years ago and talked to me about this, I wouldn't have ended up here 10 years ago in front of the DC Historic Preservation Review Board fighting new homes. Now, by talking to people, I've learned that their concerns fall into about one of 7 categories. So I am curious from you all. I think that the Raleigh area and the DC area aren't that different. So I'd be curious to hear from y'all. What are the most common concerns you hear when it comes to new housing? And I just shout it out. Traffic, stormwater, what else? Parking, yeah, that's a good one. Noise, yep. Trees, yeah. I mean, what are we here right now for? Affordability, yeah, right. So I think we got most of it. Sometimes there's a wild card, but I think we covered most. So it's usually like services and schools, lifestyle is a big one, traffic, affordability. Then we also have aesthetics, because I can't see my slides, and then environment, lifestyle, aesthetics. So we have, there we go, an environment, perfect. Now, when I talk to people about their concerns, I always go through the same process. I acknowledge their concerns, I connect the dots, and then I relate to their values. And so today what I'd like to do is go through the same process, but focus specifically on the concern of affordability. So the first thing is acknowledge their concerns. Acknowledge that their concerns are real. They usually are. Maybe they'll mention offhand that none of these new homes that are being built are even remotely affordable. I'll say, yeah, like it's crazy. Actually, there's a condo recently that sold for over $1 million for a 2-bedroom. $1 million. Like, that is crazy. How did we end up here? And this is not, when I say something like that, it's not pandering, because it's true. New homes generally cost more than old homes, just as new cars generally cost more than used cars. Now, the next step is connect the dots. So what might seem like an obvious link to you is not necessarily an obvious link to others. So my favorite story is of a politician in LA, and she was bemoaning all the stuff that the state was doing to try to increase homes in her area. And then 5 minutes later, no joke, she was applauding all the new jobs growth. She wanted the new jobs, but she didn't want the new homes for the new workers to live in. Where did she think people should go? Anywhere else, just not here, where the jobs are. People often stop thinking at the first order effect and rarely consider the second and third order effects, the unintended consequences. This line in a recent article really stood out to me. So this is in the News and Observer. Longtime residents say that they are being steamrolled by rezonings that accelerate traffic. I want to focus on traffic. There's other things that they say too. But again, first step is to say yes. New homes can mean more cars on a particular street. That is true. But then going beyond that, 10,000 people are moving to Raleigh every single year. What's the alternative? Where should they live instead? If they can't live near jobs or services or the places that people need to go, then they end up living further out. And now we're building subdivisions farther from the center. We're expanding our roads. We're cutting into undeveloped land in eastern Chatham. And every trip to work, to the grocery store, to school gets that much longer. So you can prevent a few cars from being on a particular street and then generate far more cars, far more trips, far more traffic, far more congestion throughout the entire region. The choice isn't often homes here or no homes at all. It's usually homes here or sprawl elsewhere. So when I'm going door to door, I'll usually use storytelling to help make these connections when I'm talking to people. So for the example of the person talking about, they're concerned about affordability and the new condos that were coming on board and that were so expensive, I'll say, actually, my friend was able to move here to Falls Church, and she was finally able to get a home here, and it was because the previous owner of her house moved out of that house and into one of those new condo units. And so that actually created the opportunity for my friend to be able to live here in Falls Church. I was having these conversations over and over again with people in Falls Church. So I started writing down a list of all the concerns and all the things that I was saying. And then I was like, you know what? I should probably compile this into something else because, I could put this on YouTube rather than just having individual 3-hour conversations with people in Falls Church going door to door. I could actually share this across the US and all over the world. And so I want to take a look at a few clips from how I'm talking about affordability. So we'll have three quick videos, and I'd like to play the first one. Let's see.
Does high-end housing do anything for affordability? Let's go through the theory and then see what the research actually says. So for the theory, let's say Alex moves into a brand new building. Now, his old unit is available for rent, and Bailey moves into it. This place is more expensive than Bailey's last spot, but cheaper than Alex's new place. Then Charlie will move into Bailey's old unit, and that chain continues with several more moves, each from older and more affordable spots. The chain will finally end when Tyler moves out of his mom's basement and gets his own spot. His mom sets up an animal rescue in the basement, and no humans move in. That's the theory. New units open up older, cheaper units. So let's get to the research. Here's one of the top studies on this topic. Researchers looked at 52,000 people who moved into new market rate units. That's brand new, shiny apartment buildings. Once these people got settled in, researchers then looked at their mail forwarding addresses to see where they actually moved from. And then they looked at who moved into their old unit and then followed the chains all the way back to the end to the Tylers of the world. Remarkably, what the researchers found is that every 100 brand new market rate units frees up 70 units from below median income neighborhoods. It also opens up 39 units in the lowest income neighborhoods, so those in the bottom 20% of incomes. The study shows how tightly connected the entire housing market is. So building new housing, even at the higher end, results in housing in low-income areas opening up. When it comes to providing affordable housing, building 100 new market rate units is effectively as good as building 39 units of housing in low-income areas.
So someone moves out of a home, that opens up the opportunity for others to move in. All housing, even luxury housing, opens up more units of affordable housing down the chain. Now, I do want to take a look at another clip, specifically about displacement. I know that's an important topic, that new buildings are actually pushing people out. So let's go to that clip.
But the key point here is that while that immediate location might become more expensive, the new building ends up helping lower rents across the region, meaning there are fewer people that are displaced. The entire area benefits. Or if we wanted to put it another way, while housing costs might be going up, if that building, that additional housing hadn't been built, rents in the entire region would be even higher. It's easy to see all the increases in supply, the new buildings coming up, but it's a lot harder to spot the increase in demand. So if you look around and see a ton of new housing going up, but your rent keeps going up anyway, it means that even this development hasn't been enough. But let's just say you don't care about your region, you only care about your specific neighborhood. Even then, on a neighborhood level, quote, supply has not been shown to cause significant displacement of lower income households. And indeed, some studies find new buildings have been shown to reduce the probability of displacement. The UC researchers found that supply skepticism made people less likely to support apartment and home construction. The real tragedy here is that these supply skeptics are often well-intentioned. They want to stop housing from becoming unaffordable, but they incorrectly blame the new developments. And then they end up blocking the one solution that could have actually addressed rising housing costs in the first place: building more housing.
Yeah, so what happens when we don't build enough homes? Higher income residents don't just suddenly give up on living in Raleigh. We can turn up the lights if we have them, because it'll be a few more minutes before we go to another clip. Higher income residents don't just suddenly give up on living in Raleigh. It's not like Amgen and IBM are like, oh, let's stop hiring people. What happens is that tech workers start competing with longtime residents for older homes. And they'll outbid those longtime residents every single time when the lease comes up. And then prices go up. The only way to stop that from happening is to add a buffer, to add some sort of a cushion to absorb that demand. And so in that case, when we do add that buffer, tech workers then move into that luxury apartment building. And then there's no one to outbid longtime residents, so rent stabilizes. We've actually seen a bunch of research, besides what I cite in the video. There's been some recent research that really does show, making that connection, that increasing supply lowers rents. But if you don't stabilize rent prices, that has a knock-on effect to homelessness. This Economist article captures it well. A 10% rise in housing costs in a pricey city prompts an 8% jump in homelessness. Let that sink in. If you do nothing to stabilize rents, you end up with more and more homelessness. Scarce homes, high demand, has ripple effects that quickly show up throughout the entire region. Now, there is one more key point on affordability that's a little bit more subtle that I want to share with you in this final clip. So let's take a look.
In the 1800s, it cost a penny a day to cross the Waterloo Bridge. This was something that many working-class Londoners from the south side of the river had to pay to get to work. But in 1878, the British government lifted that toll. The move was meant to help low-income workers by easing their commute costs. So what actually happened? Rents on the south side of the river, where the workers lived, went up by 6 pence a week. Why? Because of the lowered commute costs, these apartments were now more attractive and tenants had more money to spare, so they outbid each other and the rent went up. The benefit that was intended for the workers got almost entirely absorbed by rent. And this is still happening today. Not because landlords suddenly became greedier, but because this is how markets work when supply can't respond to demand. And housing is uniquely positioned to behave this way because it has what economists call inelastic demand. You can skip out on your daily Starbucks coffee, but you can't skip out on paying rent. You can unsubscribe from Netflix, but you can't unsubscribe from having a place to sleep at night. In a normal market, when people want more of something, businesses make more of it. Demand goes up, supply follows, prices stay level. That's how it works with toasters or with sneakers or with a carton of eggs. Eventually. But housing doesn't work like that, because in a lot of places it's just not legal to build more. Zoning rules, permit delays, local opposition, they all choke off new construction. So when people have more money to spend and there aren't more homes to buy or rent, there's just more money chasing the same number of homes. And that means prices go up. Even well-intentioned programs like free childcare, tax credits, and income supplements ultimately get sucked up by landlords when housing supply is locked down. That's why housing is one of the most important issues to solve. It's this issue that distorts the impact of every other policy. If we don't make it legal and feasible to build more homes, every attempt to help people financially will just end up fueling higher rent instead of a higher quality of life.
Yeah, so the key point of that clip is really, when housing is scarce, much of this aid just gets swallowed up by landlords in the form of higher rent. This shows how housing is the most crucial aspect to solve. If we do not solve that first, we will be swimming upstream for almost every other issue. Now, there is one distinction that is really important. Building more homes does not necessarily mean that the market's suddenly going to provide homes that magically everyone can afford. There is a floor on how low rent can go. So you still have to maintain the building, you still pay property taxes, repairs, all of that costs money. But that floor is a lot more than a lot of people can afford. So we still need to provide support. If we want to house everyone, we need other support systems for very low-income households. That's vouchers, subsidized affordable housing, supportive housing. But by building more market rate housing and making housing less expensive, you can actually make those support strategies a lot more effective with the same city budget. The other way to put it is, if we make the underlying housing market extraordinarily expensive, the same taxpayer dollar does way less. So private market rate housing and subsidized affordable housing aren't in competition with each other. They're actually incredibly complementary. We need to do both. And I will say, here in Raleigh, y'all are doing both, and you're doing a pretty good job. You've changed your zoning to make room for more kinds of homes, duplexes, townhomes, apartments, more housing near transit. At the same time, you're putting public money into affordable housing, and you're funding programs that partner housing assistance with services for people experiencing homelessness. That is the both and. And I will say there are some encouraging signs. So as of August, rents in the area are down about 2%. This is not inflation adjusted, so that's even more impressive. Here, let's get it. Yeah, rents keep falling throughout the triangle. That's even as you've added 20,000 new jobs. That's amazing. And what I find even more interesting is that what's happened in older, cheaper apartments. So a recent analysis found that rents in your older apartments were down 7% year over year as all sorts of more housing came onto the market. So that's sort of the filtering process that we were talking about before. But, and this is a big but, y'all are nowhere close to being done. Wake County, let's see if we can get this up. There we go. Wake County is still projected to be short about 110,000 homes by 2029. There is still more work to be done. Now, the final thing that I do when I'm talking to people is I connect to their values. So I'm listening for someone's concerns. I'm trying to hear what their core values are so that I can find a way to figure out what matters to them. So they might mention having adult children who can no longer afford to live nearby. Or maybe they're on a fixed income and they're concerned about rising property taxes. Or they just want to be able to walk someplace a little more easily. Once I understand what they truly value, I can then talk to them about housing in a way that benefits them. So this is a recent example, but not for housing, it's for a bike lane. I went door to door to talk to people, this is in Falls Church, about a bike lane that's coming. And I could have just gone up to them and said, hey, the city's going to put in this bike lane and remove all the parking and you're going to enjoy it. And I promise you, we would have gotten pitchforks at the next meeting. Instead, what I say, I do talk about removing the parking, but I say we're adding traffic calming measures, including a bike lane, to slow down cars and to help your 9-year-old get to school a little bit more safely. That changes the conversation that we have. So for housing, I'm able to talk about the benefits of having new places to walk, helping lower the tax rate, new housing actually helping to build our brand new high school. New housing and growth can be about two things at the same time. We can want our children to live near us, but then also be afraid of change. We can celebrate new jobs, but then also worry about how it impacts our current way of life. What I'm trying to do, and what we all need to do, is not necessarily to sugarcoat things, but to help people more accurately weigh the pros and the cons. And more often than not, it turns out that the pros actually speak to our values once you get past the initial fear of change. Here in Raleigh, I was reading some of the editorials and newspaper articles. The housing skepticism here is real. And it's a reminder that passing a law or an ordinance doesn't change public opinion. People see a 6-story building where a 1-story building used to be. They see trees come down, more construction, more traffic. The costs of change are incredibly visible. They are happening right in front of our eyes. But on the other hand, the benefits are dispersed and invisible. We don't see the family that was able to remain in an older apartment because another household moved into a new building instead. We don't see the wilderness that didn't get paved over because we allowed for infill development closer in the city. We don't see the person who didn't become homeless because rising rents pushed them out. And we don't see the hundreds of individual moving chains that are extending across the region. The benefits are almost invisible if you're not looking for them. We don't really get to make a policy choice about growth or no growth. The policy choice is how we accommodate growth. We can accommodate it by having more homes in the places that people need and want to live, or we can accommodate it by doing nothing, with higher prices, more displacement, longer commutes, outward sprawl. Those are choices too. And when someone says, I don't want this development because of traffic, you can then zoom out and say, I think we need to acknowledge the concern and say, where do people live instead? When someone says, this apartment is too expensive, so it can't possibly help affordability, zoom out. Who moved into it, and what did they leave behind? When someone says we need subsidized housing instead, say, yes, we absolutely need it. And then ask how much farther those subsidy dollars can go when when housing isn't artificially scarce. And finally, when someone says, I care about displacement, say, so do I. Then let's talk about both direct displacement and the displacement caused by bidding worse for too few homes. Every single time, we need to acknowledge people's concerns, we need to connect the dots, and then relate to their values. But I want to end on this image. This is me after a community event, but this isn't just anywhere. This is at the building that I tried to stop 10 years ago. Despite my opposition, it was built. And today, this building hosts community events, concerts, support groups, with the space that helps people get back on their feet. It is the exact kind of community space that I value. Now, not all of my former neighbors agree with me yet, but I am glad that this building exists. I'm glad that I failed to block this building. And I'm grateful for the journey that taught me something essential, that our values don't have to change for our minds to change. Sometimes we just need to see the connections that we missed before. Thank you. All right, I'm happy to, depending on the time, we have a few minutes, we have a little bit of time left. I'm happy to do a Q&A.
Yes, thank you, council member. When you all registered for this event, we asked if you had any questions for our keynote speaker. Before we get into our open Q&A, we pulled a couple that we thought Councilmember Underhill could speak to now. One question that we received: not everyone in life is in the position to move to larger or up the ladder scale housing. Elderly move down the ladder. Those cost burdened need to move down the scale. Does the economic climate and number of seniors downsizing affect your analogy?
So I would actually say it enhances the analogy in some ways. There's the simple idea, which is like people are moving into bigger and bigger homes or more expensive homes along the chain. But actually, so let's imagine a scenario where you have a senior and they downsize. So they go from a large single family home and they go down into, let's say, an apartment. Now the family in the townhome can move into their old house and then the chain continues. And then let's say we get to the end of the chain and you have another person in an apartment building and they moved into that townhome. Now another senior who's in another home can move into that apartment. And then it just keeps resetting the chain every single time. So it actually can be really effective if you do have people moving up and down the chain. And so in some ways, building senior housing is a very effective way to get people into the size and shape of homes that they want to be in. In Falls Church, we recently built townhomes. We are seeing a bunch of seniors actually move into those townhomes, and that's opening up homes throughout the city. So anyway, I would say it is actually very effective if people are moving both up and down the chain.
Thank you. And one more from registration. doesn't adding density have the perverse effect of increasing land cost as investors bid up land prices?
Yeah, so that's an interesting one. Upzoning, so let's say you upzone a lot, that can make that lot more expensive. So suddenly, but we need to separate the building that's on the land from the land itself. So that land becomes more, because if you can build, 10 stories on a piece of land versus 1 story, that land's more valuable. But let's say the land price doubles, but you're able to add 6 homes onto it. Each unit now costs less than that 1 home on that lot. So the cost per home actually goes down, and so you get more affordability that way. The way I think of it is like, it's basically like saying a extra large pizza is a really bad deal because a personal pan pizza is a lot cheaper. But actually, each slice of that extra large pizza is a lot more affordable for someone than that personal pan pizza. If I can, if that analogy makes any sense, but that's at least how I think of it.
Great, thank you so much. Now we have about 10 minutes for an open Q&A. So if anyone has anything for council member, please raise your hand and I'll come to you.
Hi, Lewis Hurd. How will the impact of people that are moving from north down into North Carolina interrupt that cycle? Because you're talking about how you move from one unit to one unit, but now you have this group of people that are coming from outside the area moving into the area.
Yeah. So that absolutely makes a difference. It's funny. So, I guess my slides went away. Can we go back to my slides? I had another slide up there that I'd like to show you. But actually, so the moving change studies show that most people, so this is even in San Francisco where you have like an influx of tech workers and all this stuff, 70% are people from the area that are moving into that new building, but you still have 30% of people coming from elsewhere. So that does have an affordability issue. I try to think of this as I am a steward of not just my direct city, but I'm a steward of the region and even a steward of the entire US or even the world. These are people who are looking to make a better life in a new location. And there's a book called Stuck by Yoni Applebaum, which talks about how moving places opens up opportunities for far more people. And so maybe there are some tech workers leaving Seattle and coming here. I personally try to take a more holistic view. This might not be helpful for what Raleigh's doing, but that is opening up a place in Seattle for someone else to live. So there's somebody that is no longer homeless in Seattle because y'all built a new home here. And we're able to accommodate more people here. And so I try to take a larger picture view of it, but you're absolutely right. I was talking to somebody and they said, oh, well, if we just build more homes in Seattle, we're just gonna get people from all over the world coming in. There's ultimately a limit to how many people are gonna move into to Seattle. And so it's not just like this unlimited demand for people to live in your city. And so I just try to step back and take a more holistic view, and knowing that most of the people, it's 70% of people that are affected by these moving changes are people that are in the city itself. And even with that, even with people moving in, even with that 30% of people moving into these different areas, it still opened up, that new building opens up more units of housing down the chain. So it's still effective, if that makes sense.
The study that you posted that said, for every 100 luxury units, you get 39 low-income units that open up. Does that factor in low-income units that they're tearing down to build these?
So that's actually a really important point. Thank you for bringing that up. So if I were to tear down 50 units of affordable housing and build one single-family home, that is new housing that does not help affordability. You have to build more housing. You can't just replace the housing that exists there. So that's a key point. Oftentimes you need to do it on a factor of 5. So if you take a single family house and replace it with 5 new units, that helps affordability. It depends on the area, but it can be between 5 and 7. So you can't just tear down something old and replace it with less. There has to be more supply. There have to be more homes. And so it's funny, in Falls Church, we're working on an affordable housing complex right now and actually building affordable housing, people are saying, well, why can't we just leave it the same? Well, we can leave it the same, but that's going to help far fewer people, and it's not going to help affordability overall in the city. And so you absolutely have to be able to build more to be able to see that effect.
Hey, this is Hannah from City Builder. Funny that you mentioned Stuck. We're actually reading that book specifically for our book club in September, so shout out for anyone that wants to attend. We were just talking before this event started about how I have read about Falls Church in a previous career of doing market research. Y'all have been on the Milken Institute's Best Performing Cities, so has Raleigh and the Triangle at large. Can you speak a little bit more to the past and what was done by design, and then the vivid vision future of where y'all are heading, and then what we can do in this region, in the capital, to pull everyone up and be more side-by-side collaborators versus building walls?
Okay. A lot of questions packed in there, so just let me know if I missed anything. But I will want to start out with Stuck is my favorite book of the past few years. It is phenomenal. If you just want to read about how moving and like the importance of people being able to have prosperity by moving and the history of that in our country is phenomenal. So I highly recommend that for everybody to read. And it's one of the best written books, of the past decade. In terms of Falls Church, we end up on those lists because we basically redrew our map for the city, this is in the 1950s, to exclude certain populations. And it was a Black community. We specifically said, and I'm saying we, it wasn't me, I wasn't there, but the city at the time said, we do not want these areas in the city, and so they actually seceded them back to Fairfax County. And it was purely racism. I mean, there might be other ways to look at it, saying, oh, well, it was a school system or whatever else. No, it was purely racism. And so you look at Falls Church and say, oh, well, y'all have a very, we're one of the most walkable cities. We're one of the most healthiest cities. There's all these accolades that we get. But guess what? If you cut out everything that you don't like, you can suddenly get a little piece of a city that's like, oh, this is the perfect city. And so we have a lot of work to do in Falls Church. And we've been trying really hard. We have been buying up land in Falls Church to build affordable housing. The only way we're going to get diversity in our school system is if we build affordable housing. And if we build housing that people can actually live in, where teachers can live. And so we have a huge program to make sure that teachers can live in our city, to make sure that people who are workers can afford to live there. Because when I think about it, like, if we want to have a good police force, a good city government, we need those people to be able to live in our community and be part of that community. And right now we don't have that. And so there have been numerous programs that we've been working on, and this has been over, I would say, since the 90s. That the city's been trying to rectify this. And so me as a new city council member coming in for the past 3 years, I've gotten to ride on the coattails of a lot of good work that other people have done. But as you were seeing, we've been doing a lot of, we have increased our population by 40%. So a lot of that was done before I even got there. That is like amazing that we've been able to do that. But there's a ton more to do. And so in terms of Raleigh, it is sort of the both and situation. You need to provide that support. You need to have targeted practices. You need to make sure that y'all are doing things, and you have been for homeless. I mean, it is amazing. You can spend $24,000 or $26,000 on helping someone who's homeless, or the city taxpayers can end up spending over $90,000 if nothing's done. And so there are targeted strategies that can really help people, and then also build more housing at the same time. So I think that's sort of, at least my vision for Raleigh. I'll say this, if someone has been sick for a really long time and you give them a Band-Aid and you give them some Tylenol, they're not going to get better. And for a long time, I'll say Falls Church and Raleigh have been doing that. And so then you start implementing things like, oh, maybe this will work, maybe this will work, maybe this will work. And then you say, oh, it's not working because the problem isn't fixed. Well, you've been sick for a really long time. So suddenly doing a few of these things isn't enough. And so my message would actually be, we need to do more. We need to do more. And like what we're doing isn't enough. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Council Member. We are going to move on to our next portion here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so
all.
much.
Let's hear it again for Councilmember Underhill. What a great presentation. It's really exciting to see how communities can advocate for more housing, and we're so thankful to have Councilmember Underhill here with us today, and so glad that she'll be joining us later. We have a panel on myth busting that she's going to also spend some time on. But right now, myself and my colleague, City of Raleigh Planning and Development Director, Pat Young, we're going to give you an update and kind of drill down and look at the state of housing here in Raleigh. So, there we go. Thank you. Everything in this presentation and everything that we do in Housing and Community Development Department and in the city is in service of this vision, and that is to create a Raleigh where all residents have a safe, stable, and affordable place to call home. So let's begin with a snapshot for where we stand today. Councilmember Underhill shared some of these numbers. We know that more than 1,000 people are experiencing homelessness in our community. We also know that there are more than 80 encampments. We're probably around 100 encampments where people live unsheltered and outside. And then Councilmember Underhill shared a total number, which is 110,000 unit shortage. The rental shortage unit number looks over 60,000. So we are over 60,000 short for rental units in Wake County. And we also know that there are more than 50,000 households with a housing cost burden. And that's exactly how we define affordability. So housing cost burden is when a household spends more than 30% of their household income on housing costs. Another look at affordability, specifically in Raleigh, comes from a report that was just recently released by the National Low-Income Housing Coalition. I encourage everyone to take a look at that. And it looks at housing wage. So the amount of money that it would take per hour for someone to be able to afford a housing, and that means that they wouldn't be cost burdened. And so this slide shows the wages needed to afford a 2-bedroom unit in both Wake County and several of Raleigh zip codes, where those zip codes are actually higher than the state average, which is around $27 is the housing wage. So that means in Wake County, a worker would need to make 4 to 5 times the minimum wage to be able to afford a 2-bedroom unit. And the same goes with Raleigh for the wage needed to even be higher than that. So we have an affordability crisis, as we know, both nationally and locally. And we talk about this within 4 factors and how affordability is influenced by these 4 factors. And that is through housing demand, right? So how many people need housing, supply being the availability of housing, and as demand increases, as Councilmember Underhill described, pressure on the housing market intensifies, driving prices up. And limited supply, therefore, makes the cost of housing higher, and increasing supply helps relieve some of that pressure. Development costs are things like materials, labor, costs of constructing and maintaining housing, and finally, income levels of residents and variations of incomes impact people's purchasing power. And my colleague Pat Young is going to talk a little bit more in depth on income trends in Raleigh and Wake County. And in the past decade, incomes and housing costs have grown unevenly, I think, as all of us know in this room. Higher income households generally have been able to keep up with the cost of housing increase, while lower income households have not. And in cities where incomes are rising quickly, we also see homelessness numbers rising quickly. The growing gap between lower income wages and rising housing costs is a key driver of increasing homelessness. And this is because at its root, and Councilmember talked a little bit about this, homelessness is a housing problem. It may sound obvious, but in practice, many strategies to actually address homelessness do not address the root cause. We also know that in areas where rates of substance use and mental health crises are higher than what they are here, that does not correlate to a higher rate of homelessness. And we can see that in states such as Mississippi and West Virginia, where you see higher rates of substance use, for example, but actually some of the lowest rates of homelessness in our country. And that's because housing is more available and affordable in those areas. We talk about homelessness like it's a game of musical chairs. So there are 9 chairs. It's a really simple concept, right? There are 9 chairs and 10 players. And when the music stops, you have one person that doesn't have a place to sit. If there were 10 chairs, everyone would have a place to sit. And while we know that we have a lot more work to do, we also know that what we're doing is working. Market data is showing that we have a real impact. And what we know is that in cities that didn't build as much housing, they saw their rents go up and not down, whereas in cities who built more housing, saw our rents decline. That does not mean that all of that housing is affordable. And we will talk over and over again about the need for subsidies and building more affordable housing. But zoning reforms like Raleigh's missing middle text changes, which you'll hear more about, they allow more types of housing to be added to the market. And that contributes directly to that new unit growth and impacting rents. Now I will pass the torch over here to my colleague, Pat Young, Director of Planning and Development. He and his department and the city have just done incredible work to make sure that we have all different types of housing unit and types so that we can have those positive impacts on affordability as well as on rates of homelessness. Pat's going to shed more light on how Raleigh is taking action, including through those missing middle zoning changes. So I'm going to pass it over to Pat.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Imola, and as you heard, Pat Young, Planning and Development Director, really grateful to be part of the great City of Raleigh team working so hard on our affordability crisis. Raleigh has done more than any of our regional peers to look at solutions. I'm going to talk a little bit more about those today. You've heard about some of this from Councilmember Underhill and from Imola, but I wanted to do a little deeper dive on the root causes of our affordability crisis here in Raleigh. The number one cause, the main reason that we confront this is because of population growth. As you know as well or better than anyone, Raleigh is a great place to live. And you heard Councilmember Underhill allude to the fact that really there's nothing we can do, even if we wanted to prevent people from moving here. We have great weather, we have great people, we have a great economic environment. I'll talk more about that in a minute. And really it's about where do we make room for our new neighbors. So Raleigh has almost doubled in size since the year 2000, from 275,000 to about 510,000 today. And we expect to grow another 250,000 by the year 2050. So that is about 10,000 people a year, as you heard from Councilmember Underhill, and they need somewhere to live. And we think it's better that they have opportunities to be in Raleigh if they want to be in Raleigh. Places like Wendell or Johnson County are great places to live, but only if you want to live there and you're not economically forced or displaced to live there. Leads to the next point that Raleigh has been one of the most successful places in the country at attracting high-wage jobs. We have about 2.5 times the national average of jobs over $100,000 per year salary or income. Raleigh's the 39th largest city in the United States. For many years, for many decades, we were in the 30s or 40s in terms of income. So income and housing prices were tracking, and we were much more affordable than most of the mid and large size cities that folks were moving from up north and in other parts of the country. We are now the 8th highest income city in the United States. The average income that you see on the slide there is $107,000 for a household, $107,000. That has enormous impacts, right? Those folks, the average new resident of Raleigh is bringing more income and more wealth than the average Raleighite. So we want to make sure that there's as much housing as possible in as many places as possible so that everybody has a choice and that existing Raleigh residents don't get outbid by new residents. We want to make room for everybody. Another component to what we've seen in Raleigh particularly is what we call in planning the great inversion. And what I mean by that is from about World War II till maybe 15 years ago, almost all the interest and energy for new housing was at the edge of our communities, right? Places like Briar Creek, Wakefield. That represented the idealized housing that many people chose and still choose to live in, lower density, single family, exclusive neighborhoods. Since about 2010, there's been a significant change in preferences where more and more people really are willing to pay a premium to live near schools, shops, services, and infrastructure and amenities. Kind of live, work, and play. And what that's done, the chart there shows where land values, which is a direct surrogate for demand, have gone up the most since 2016. A lot of those neighborhoods were areas that were historically affordable. A lot of our communities of color, longtime residents in those areas, and so that has put pressure on those neighborhoods and has created a lot of neighborhood change. As you heard from Councilmember Underhill, that pressure is going to come regardless of what we do, but if we make more room for more neighbors, that pressure will be less, and existing residents will have a better chance to stay in their neighborhood. What did all these things lead to? That it really led to this, right? This is not the income it takes for a median house, but it's about the 30th percentile home on the market. The income needed to purchase that house in about 18 months from 2020 to 2022 more than doubled here in Raleigh. That happened across the country due to some of the economic impacts of COVID, but it was much higher here in Raleigh because Raleigh was one of the most attractive places in that environment. What does that look like on the local level, right? This is a home in Boylan Heights. It was picked because one of my colleagues happened to rent this house 30 years ago when he was in college at NC State. For $450 a month, right, which is about $1,300 in today's dollars, and this house would rent for twice that or more than twice that today, right? So this is what happens when you see the phenomenon that I talked about earlier occur and that we don't create enough new housing opportunities to accommodate our new residents. As you see this enormous run-up in housing prices. The term is filtering. Filtering can go downward. If there's enough housing, older housing becomes more affordable. If there's not enough housing, older housing becomes less affordable. All the things I've talked about so far are really largely outside of our control and influence, but one thing that is under our complete influence is our land use policy. So most of you are familiar with the tool of zoning. It's a local government power that identifies what can be built on any given piece of property in the city. Prior to 2021, over half of our city was zoned only for single-family housing. I can't emphasize strongly enough that single-family housing is a great choice. It's an important part of our housing mix. It's aspirational housing type for many, many families. We want to make sure it continues to be available, for sure. But what we realized when council asked us to start looking at this issue closely 5 or 6 years ago was that not everybody wants or needs a single-family house, and not everybody can afford a single-family house. So when we looked at solutions, I'll talk about those in a minute, we looked at how can we allow more housing types in more places to accommodate folks at all points of the life cycle and income spectrum. As we did that research and assessment, we really looked at our peers across the country. Raleigh was really a leader on this, but there were communities like Minneapolis, Portland, Oregon, that had done some of this work. And what that showed was really very clear, that when you allow and encourage more housing supply, price pressures stabilize. They either go down or they go up less. And that's what we've seen in Raleigh. I'll show that data here in a minute. The slide here shows that in the green on the right, I know it's a bit hard to see, but we've had over 17, you heard Councilmember Underhill mention that we've got 20,000 jobs in the region. Raleigh has delivered more than 17,000 housing units since 2023. That has led directly and meaningfully to housing price stabilization and rent decreases since 2022 and 2023. So what did we do specifically? I won't go into a lot of detail, but this is really important. We made 11 changes that were known broadly as Missing Middle 1.0 and Missing Middle 2.0 back in 2021 and 2022. I say we, City Council. They recognized these phenomenon and wanted to take action to make sure that there was more housing for more families here in Raleigh. These changes were broad, and I'll talk about in a little more detail about how impactful they were. But examples include we allowed smaller homes on smaller lots. That can be market housing that is organically or naturally more affordable because it's smaller. Right now, prior to 2021, we had relatively large minimum lot sizes. Land in Raleigh is very expensive. The average acre of land in Raleigh is about $1 million. So allowing housing on smaller land is significantly impactful on delivering more affordable housing. Townhouses in many more districts than they were previously allowed. The most affordable new build single family house in Raleigh is in that $480,000 to $500,000 range. Townhouses are still $325,000 to $350,000 in some parts of town. That makes new housing opportunity available to tens of thousands of families, and we think that's really important. And we also encouraged and incentivized open space by allowing more development on a smaller portion of the lot if you maintain preserved trees and open space. So these have been very successful. Again, this map's going to be really hard to show, but what it's intended to show is that these reforms affected almost every parcel in the city that allowed residential uses. There's been a lot of research since 2021 when these were adopted that show that these broadly applicable but shallow meaning we don't want to see massive change in neighborhoods. We want to see modest incremental change. Maybe you had all single family houses, now you have single family houses plus accessory dwelling units and townhouses. I should have mentioned accessory dwelling units. Those are now allowed everywhere single family housing is allowed. These changes have been incredibly impactful. We have had almost 5,000 new units approved that would have not been legal to build prior to 2021. It's about 30% of all units approved since that time. We just had our 1,000th unit last week. It issued a certificate of occupancy, which means it was occupied by a family. These are each one of these, as you heard from Councilmember Underhill, represents a family and a story, an opportunity to live in Raleigh where folks want to live. And it has really paid dividends in terms of, you saw some of the average rental data. We've seen real declines in rental rates since 2022, more than 2%, closer to 7% since the peak, but since 2022, significant declines in rent. And then housing prices are up about 1 to 2%. So those have stabilized. They went up well over 50% during that 18-month period I mentioned earlier. This graph looks at, shows that impact in a different way. Prior to the COVID pandemic, you saw area median incomes, that's what the AMI stands for, and housing prices rising in tandem, as you'd expect. But with the COVID pandemic and the huge influx of new residents and demand, you saw housing prices take off while incomes continued to go up, but not at the same rate. But if you look there in 2022, 2023, you really see that trend stabilize. And as I said, that's what that shows, the real decrease in rents, which is the green line, and then the flattening of housing costs, which is the blue line on top. And that is a phenomenon that's happened across the country. There are macroeconomic reasons for it, but the policies that I've mentioned have been meaningfully impactful in this. This graph looks at our peers and near peers here in North Carolina. Raleigh has seen the lowest increase in rents over the last 10 years of any of our peer cities. And that's really something we should be proud of. That represents thousands of families that have been able to stay in Raleigh that would have been economically unable to live in Raleigh if this didn't occur. You heard from Councilmember Underhill that it is really challenging. I would say it's really impossible for market housing to serve every family across the entire income spectrum. But it is a necessary precondition of an accessible and affordable housing market to have as much abundant housing supply as is possible. What this graph shows is that at those middle incomes, kind of $60,000 to $75,000, we still have a very modest surplus of housing. That means that for everyone who's looking for a house at that income level can find a house that they can afford. That is a huge deal. That does not help the very low income families, which we desperately want to help. And you're going to hear from Emma about the amazing programs that you all have helped finance and that we are implementing to help address those folks. But if we had not taken the steps that I described earlier, folks at higher incomes would be competing with lower income folks, as you heard from Councilmember Underhill, for that same housing opportunity, and it would have led to much more displacement and much higher upward pressure on prices. And fundamentally, Raleigh has been a leader, a national leader, and you're going to hear in just a moment here from Emma about the great programs that we have administered to address homelessness and to address very low-income individuals with housing. We've persistently seen the number of legally binding affordable units, meaning units that are through nonprofit, religious-based, or governmental programs that have a guaranteed low rent. It's about 8% of our housing stock. So the market housing, 92% of the housing, has to be abundant, available, and attainable, or else the impact of our dollars and the great programs that we have will be less, as you heard from Councilmember Underhill. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Emma to talk about housing investments and impacts, and I'll be available for questions at the end. Thank you all so much.
Okay, I'm back. And if you all can hang with me for just a few more minutes, we're going to go over some City of Raleigh programs and how we provide affordable housing, and then we're going to take a well-earned break. So I'm just going to go over the high points of these programs. We have a table out in the exhibitor hall, so if you do want more information and dig down deeper, please feel free to reach out to housing staff and go and visit our table and talk to staff. We have a bunch of department staff here today that are excited to answer whatever questions that everyone may have. So thanks, Pat. And as he mentioned, I'm going to talk a little bit about the city's investment in this space. So one of the ways that we built this part of the presentation is to bring in questions that we received. If you noticed at registration, you were asked to submit questions. And so we really wanted to highlight those. And this is a really great one. As communities across the country face rising housing costs, what policies and partnerships have been most effective in expanding affordable housing while preserving existing neighborhoods, and how can growing cities like Raleigh apply those lessons? So I'm going to try and highlight both the policies and partnerships that have been successful in our city. And here's just a snapshot, an overview of the themes of the questions we received. So these are sort of the 6 categories. It's not an exhaustive list, but these were the categories that were submitted most frequently. And these are 6 topics that we aim to address, improve, and expand every day in our work at the city. So in exploring these topics and structuring our programs, we are laser focused on 3 core goals, and they are increasing the supply of subsidized affordable housing. So that's that 8% that Pat referred to. We want to increase that number. We also want to improve housing affordability across the entire housing market, and we also want to end and prevent homelessness. And these goals are reflected in our affordable housing plan called A Home for Every Neighbor, and you can find a QR code for that on the back of your program if you're interested. We invite you to take a look at that report. So in keeping with these goals, we've been hard at work working with our partners to bring affordable housing online. And this is where we are now. So our main driver of the work that we do in the Housing Community Development Department is to provide gap financing to support new affordable homes for Raleigh residents. So that's gap financing for those legally binding, subsidized, capital AH, as we like to say, affordable housing. So they are low rent legally. And preserving homes is equally as important. And on both fronts, the past couple of years have really been some of our busiest yet. And you can see in the last decade, we've built more than 5,800 affordable housing units and created, and this includes preservation. Within that number, that includes about 4,600 rental units. And in addition to this number, there are around 2,900 rental units in the pipeline, so pre-development or under development. So that in total, over the last 10 years, adds up to more than 7,500 affordable rental homes. And later on today, you're going to hear from two incredible partners, Yolanda Winstead from DHIC and Yvette Holmes from Southeast Raleigh Promise, who will talk more about what it takes to get these homes built. We invite you to take a closer look again at the Development 101 one-pager that's at your tables. It's going to reflect sort of some of the things that Yvette and Yolanda are going to discuss. So the past couple of years, as I said, have been busy, and so have the past just couple of seasons. So during just the past few months, Raleigh has celebrated a season of ribbon cuttings, groundbreakings, and community milestones. And together they reflect an effort to expand housing options, strengthen neighborhoods, and bring the affordable housing plan to life. From major projects to small-scale projects embedded within neighborhoods, Raleigh is delivering a range of housing types designed to meet the needs of residents from all walks of life. We'll talk a little bit more about examples and look at some of the partnerships that it takes in order to make these units happen, these projects happen. So again, these are projects that serve households between 30 and 80% of the area median income. And actually, we also have requirements for developers to create 20% AMI units because we're trying to really subsidize even more because we know that folks who are, for example, seniors on a fixed income or people who are only living on SSI or Social Security disability income, they need even more deeper subsidy in order to make housing affordable. So while many projects are breaking ground, we have others that are opening their doors to new residents, and these projects shown are a combination, again, of both small scale and larger scale, and together they have brought 664 affordable housing units online, so just that's pictured here. In addition to working with our partners to increase the supply of affordable homes, we also work hard to keep residents in their homes. That is equally as important. And we do so in many ways, including through our homeowner rehabilitation and repair programs designed to help homeowners address needed home repairs. And these programs cover problems such as leaky roofs, faulty plumbing, electrical or heating systems, windows, flooring, all of the things that it takes for people to remain safely in their homes. We have staff here from that program who are incredibly knowledgeable, and so we welcome you to visit our table to learn more about the qualifications for these programs. We just wanted to provide sort of the human aspect of this and a couple of quotes from our program participants that you can read here. And here's another one. We just really have a lot of folks that want to talk about what this program did for their lives and how it allowed them to stay in the city that they love so deeply and the neighborhoods that they want to remain a part of. So these programs really matter so much, and we want to make sure, again, that Raleigh residents are able to call Raleigh home for years to come. And the results of these programs really speak for themselves. You can see that it really ensures health and safety of our residents through these programs. We also know that buying a home feels incredibly out of reach for so many, and so we provide city funding to bring homeownership dreams to life. And here's just some information on how many homeowners that we've been able to help become first-time homeowners. So in the last 10 years, we've supported 563 homeowners buy their first home. And just since the last Affordable Housing Forum in 2024, the city has been able to help 157 households realize their dream of homeownership. And that means 563 low-income households now have the opportunity to build generational wealth in their housing. And as Councilmember Underhill talked about, we do also provide support to people experiencing homelessness through offering access to affordable housing as well as support services. And the next few slides feature quotes and stories from participants in two of our core programs that support Raleigh residents in this way. The participants on this slide are enrolled in our Unsheltered Homelessness Response Pilot, who we were able to sit down with in their new homes to talk about their experiences, and we just wanted to share what it is that they said. A lot of these quotes are just around the stability that housing provides, the normalcy, the safety. Here are a couple of additional quotes from pilot participants reflecting on the stability that permanent housing has provided. I do just want to take a moment. I think it's important that we're going to talk a little bit more about partnerships and shout some folks out, but just really want to take a moment to express gratitude for all of the on-the-ground providers that are providing support to our most vulnerable Raleigh residents. They really are doing some of the hardest work when it comes to housing and helping people in such incredible ways and just saving lives every day. So another question that you all had was, what are some innovative ways that we're addressing homelessness? So we're just going to talk very briefly about some of those. And as noted already, the cost to do nothing is actually more than the cost to address homelessness. We know how to end homelessness. We know what's effective. We know what's not effective. We know how much all of these interventions cost. And that's not to say that these are easy, but it's to say we know the answer. We know how to do it. And we've shown in Raleigh that this works. As we've talked about, managing homelessness is more than actually ending homelessness, and you can see in this graphic how that adds up. The Unsheltered pilot was informed by prior experience in similar models, as well as successful models across the country. So, for example, Dallas has a Street to Home initiative that provides this similar approach, as well as cities like Houston, Tulsa, New Orleans, Cleveland. All of these cities are seeing significant declines in their unsheltered homelessness by applying this model. So here are some pictures. The focus of the pilot was at Dix Park. There was one of the largest encampments in the city at the time in 2024, and it had a lot of high health and safety issues. And so we wanted to make sure that folks living there were served by providing real solutions, housing and support services. So here's some before photos of the encampment in the winter of 24 and 25. And then here's some of the after photos just taken last month. So 90% of participants are no longer experiencing unsheltered homelessness. Participants continue to engage in workshops and receive support from case managers. Participants are experiencing incredibly meaningful improvements in well-being, family reunification. Several children in the double digits have been reunified with their families, and also just an increase in overall housing stability. We've seen a number of folks secure employment, enter recovery, enrolling in education or training. It's really been an amazing story. So, and an amazing privilege to be a part of this work as well. And again, just going back to the partners, we can't do this with these partners. I wanted to specifically highlight Healing Transitions and Oak City Cares. They are on-the-ground partners. I see Allie over here doing just the incredible hard work that it takes to make this pilot a reality. So every step of the way, again, these partners have come along with us, and the collaboration, I just can't express how incredible it is. I was new to this community, calling people pretty much cold, didn't know who I was, and saying, can you help? And how many people said, yes, we're here. We are doing the work, and we're willing to do whatever it takes in order to offer permanent solutions and resolve homelessness. It's been truly incredible and really galvanizing. And you can see just how many partners were involved. And I can't say this enough or louder, but housing is healthcare, right? And so healthcare partners were key in this work. Alliance Health in particular took the lead on coordinating these engagement events where we offered doctors and hot food and enrollment into the pilot. And Alliance was just key and central to not only those initial engagement events, but then to ongoing providing supports and services to folks to remain stable in their homes. I also just want to talk a little bit about the Care Navigation program. So in its inaugural year, Care Navigation has become a nimble, effective team dedicated to preventing homelessness, stabilizing households, and connecting residents to long-term support. And you can see one quote here. As this program is a part of Raleigh Cares, which is Crisis Alternative Response for Empathy and Support program, which provides alternative crisis response and services to residents. And the care navigation team supports individuals and families who are at imminent risk of losing housing or who are currently experiencing homelessness. Similar to the pilot, we've just seen incredible results and folks' lives impacted in a positive way. The CareNav team links participants to community resources as well as to housing, including mental health services, healthcare, and food assistance and tenancy supports. So just shout out to our staff in the CareNav program as well. They're doing amazing things. So just at a high level, we wanted to just highlight some of the partnerships. We can't develop housing, we can't house people experiencing homelessness without these partnerships. Really can't say that enough. There's this specific project that was informed by a council of youth advisors, for example. So we've been fortunate to work with all of these experts, including the Youth Advisory Board, who helped shape this incredibly special development. That's the Hope Village at Method. And there are numerous partners. I don't know if Meredith Yuckman is here, but if you are, raise your hand around. So Meredith is the director, and we have such an incredible project here because of the work that she oversees and due to all of these partners. So this provides, again, housing for foster youth that are aging out of foster care. And key partnerships in this include, it's such an incredible amount of partners. It's developers, the city, the county, as well as Representative Deborah Ross, CASA, Coastal Federal Credit Union, really the list goes on and on. This slide sort of speaks for itself. We partner on large-scale projects as well as small-scale. So you can see the numbers here. So these projects are supported by those missing middle zoning reforms that Pat talked about. So these projects can't happen without that reform. They're providing duplexes, triplexes, as well as cottage court. In serving, one in particular in partnership with CASA is serving veterans who have disabilities. You're going to hear from Yvette Holmes a little bit more about Southeast Raleigh Promise. I'll let her tout the amazing success there. And then we also work with the Raleigh Area Land Trust and several partners listed there in order to provide a cottage court type model over in Idlewild as well. Here's a highlight of those larger scale properties that we provide gap financing for. And these projects are in partnership with the State Housing Finance Agency, as well as nonprofit developers. Raleigh Housing Authority for Heritage Park, for example, is one that we're highlighting. And you can just see the really large impact that these numbers provide. And again, these are those true partnerships. My former boss at the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency called financing of affordable housing a lasagna. It truly is a layer of partners and different types of financing in order to make these work. Here's how we pay for all of this. There was an $80 million housing bond passed in 2020, and then we also have a penny for housing that provides year-over-year support for this work. Here's just some visuals of how the city is combining federal and local funds and what all of our programs are. And we will post these slides and make sure that everyone is able to walk away with them. But just really highlighting all the different rehab, homeowner, rental gap financing programs that we have here. We also have grant programs. Our Human Services Agency grant runs through the Human Services Commission, as well as we have a community enhancement grant that provides federal funding to service providers to serve all different types of populations who need services or housing assistance. And then you'll see our homelessness response programs over there as well. Just wanted to highlight again these incredible numbers. I think there's a lot more work to do, and we all know that. We do, though, always want to pause and celebrate how far we've come while making sure we're looking ahead and knowing how we need to continue building. To close out, I want to talk about our immediate future, and one of you asked the perfect question to tee up this discussion. What will Raleigh's affordable housing landscape look like in the next 5 years, and what measurable outcomes should residents expect from current housing initiatives? So we have a 2026 proposed bond that's going to be on the ballot this November. And this is what is proposed. So this is actually 2020, sorry. So going back to 2020, these were sort of the two buckets. So it was really homebuyer assistance and preservation, as well as housing development and preservation. And with our 2026 bond, here is what we are proposing. So we are proposing still a majority of those funds are going to go towards housing development for those subsidized, affordable, capital AH, affordable housing properties that we need so many more of. We also are continuing to do the work of homebuyer assistance and preservation. What is in addition this year is a bucket that will assist people experiencing homelessness. So this is 12 million, so 4 million over 4 years. So 4 million a year, 12 million over 4 years. That's going to go towards homelessness response. You're going to hear later today from Eileen Rosa, who's the director of the Continuum of Care for Wake County, and she's going to talk a little bit more about the work in that space that is going to be supported through this bond. So stay tuned for that. Here's just a little breakdown again of the year over year. So this is actually more funds annually than the last bond. We're providing 20 million each year for 4 years. Last bond was 16 million across 5. So this will allow us to keep up the rate that we are doing now to make sure that we are providing affordable homes and homelessness response. So before we break, first of all, our contact info for Pat and I, please feel free to take this down and reach out to us. We are more than happy to follow up with you and answer any questions that came from our presentations. We have a break coming up, and we want to highlight our Fair Housing Advisory Board. So I just want to take a moment to recognize any Fair Housing Advisory Board members that are in the room. If you could please stand. Anyone here? Oh, great. They do such important work in our city, and this May they put on yet another successful fair housing conference, bringing together housing providers, advocates, policymakers, and community members together for a day of learning, discussion, and collaboration around fair housing laws and regulations, and specifically the City of Raleigh's Fair Housing Ordinance. The ordinance prohibits discrimination in housing on the basis of race, color, religion, family status, disability, national origin, and sex. The Fair Housing Conference is held every year, and we encourage you to mark your calendars once that date is announced. Please also take a moment to visit the Fair Housing Advisory Board's table in the exhibitor hall to learn more about the board's work. Just really want to thank the board for all that they do to advance fair housing in our community. With that, we're going to take about a 20-minute break. Please come back in and 20 minutes for our really incredible myth-busting panel. Thank you all so much for your time and attention. Everyone enjoyed the break. We have a jam-packed afternoon, so let's dive right back in. First, we'll have our first panel of the day, which is Busting Myths on Housing and Homelessness, moderated by our very own Housing and Community Development Department Communications Policy and Data Supervisor, Liz Doherty. I'll let her take it from here.
Thank you, Emila, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying with us. Hope you had a good break visiting some of the tables, getting some snacks. I am really honored to be sharing the stage with three absolute experts in their fields today. We're going to be busting some myths on housing and homelessness, and I'm really, really excited about this conversation. We have a whole lot scheduled for this afternoon, a lot of ground to cover. So I'm not going to take up too much more time, but I will just quickly note at each of your tables, there's a short packet called Busting Myths on Housing and Homelessness. If you haven't looked at that already, I encourage you to take a look at some point today, this weekend. There's a handful of common misconceptions or myths that you frequently hear about housing and homelessness, and there's a whole lot of research in there to debunk them. So take a look, pore over it, and this panel is meant to kind of bring that white paper to life. And again, I don't think there's any better people to do that than these three on the stage. So with that, I would love for our panelists to go one by one and just briefly introduce yourself, share your connection to this work, and then if you could, share a myth that you frequently hear about housing or homelessness, maybe one that particularly frustrates you or that you routinely confront in your day-to-day work. So we'll start with Councilmember Underhill, who you have heard from already, but
I'll give a quick introduction, but most of you already know me. So I'm Justine Underhill. I'm on the Falls Church City Council. Falls Church is a suburb of Washington, D.C. Before I was on council, I was serving on the Falls Church Housing Commission, and I did a lot of work on housing. And then, of course, I also make YouTube videos. My background is in economics and theater and performing arts, and people said, what are you going to do with that? And I said, perform economics. And so in some ways, being on this myth-busting panel is a perfect combination of that, because I love communicating about myths, about economics, and sharing these sorts of stories. And then the other part of it was, what is one myth that I want to bust? I think there's probably 100, but the one that just comes to mind right now is that stopping building stops change. Change often comes to communities, no matter what. And so you can see that small rambler, and you can do nothing, and it will turn into a McMansion without any sort of zoning changes. And so our communities are changing, whether we like it or not, and it's how we accommodate that change.
Hey, I'm Jen Truman. I'm the founder for City Builder, which is our local pro-housing, or YIMBY, Yes in My Backyard organization. My background is in engineering and architecture. I've worked for small local firms designing commercial and residential work for the last 15 years here in the Triangle. So infinitely familiar with the economics of small projects and making people's seemingly small dreams that are really big to them come to life. And I do a lot of work in the housing space, coming to various city councils, including Raleigh's, to advocate for us to build more housing. And I hear lots of myths about housing in the course of that work. It's hard to pick one. But I think the one that I think is most meaningful is that the myth that density is bad for the environment. And there's a lot that we could do to prove that, but I think we need to come to terms with density being a good thing.
Did that work? There we go. Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Borum, and I am the CEO of Triangle Family Services.
We are an almost 90-year-old nonprofit human services organization based here in Raleigh, and we serve families throughout Wake County and beyond. Our mission is to build a stronger community by strengthening the family, and we have a robust portfolio of programs that include domestic violence intervention classes, supervised visitation and exchange, mental health services, financial counseling, and housing interventions that range from street outreach to permanent supportive housing. We do not own or operate any of our own properties, and so we rely on partnerships with commercial and nonprofit landlords in order to identify appropriate housing opportunities for the families that we serve. And it's in our role as a provider in the homeless service system that we try to stay engaged and involved in conversations like the ones we're having today around planning and advocacy around affordable housing, because those efforts directly impact our ability to be successful with the folks that we work with to house or rehouse. And so a misconception that we often encounter in our work is that homelessness is the result of a personal failure, or that folks that are living unsheltered don't really want to be housed. And while people experiencing homelessness have widely varied experiences that they bring to the table, most of them are pushed into crisis because of the broader housing market conditions that we're facing in our community.
Thank you all. And I do want to just say that we could have a whole forum just about myth busting. So we will attempt to debunk as many as we can and also take a look at that handout. I do want to start here. There's a commonly held belief that affordable housing only benefits the households that it directly serves, so households with lower incomes. From your perspectives, what is one surprising or maybe overlooked way that you have seen affordable housing development strengthen a community beyond just the households it's directly serving?
Let me just check. So I do find that sort of affordable housing as a term, as a concept, is often misunderstood and stigmatized. I think of affordable housing as simply attainable housing, and people across the socioeconomic spectrum can be what we call housing burden, right? You talked about how that means they're paying more than 30% of their income towards their housing costs. So many people can experience financial or housing instability as a result of that imbalance. I feel like when people live and play in the same community where they work, and I think about teachers, first responders, the nonprofit workforce, essential workers who are in our market priced out of sort of housing around the areas where they work, the infrastructure that benefits that community from access to their time, their money, and their ability to engage is so very important for the health and vibrancy of our communities. I think, I was reflecting on your comment, and I think some people might be surprised to learn that well-planned affordable housing can also be environmentally friendly. I often encounter the sentiment that building apartments, tall, wide, whatever the case may be, is bad for the environment. And so, we see that housing density actually uses less land, can decrease commutes, and in many cases are more energy efficient than single-family homes. So that's a conversation that I like to have with the folks in my circle.
I'll jump in. Is it working? Okay. I wanted to kind of focus on the piece of this question that was about who affordable housing serves, because I think that one thing that we all forget sometimes when we think about AMIs and percentages and things like that is how big some of those numbers are. So Pat and Imola presented those earlier today, and I always just personally share, I have a house full of kids. There are 6 people in my house, but our family's at 60% AMI, and I own a business, 2 actually. And the area median income for Raleigh is $120,000 for a family of 3. I'm not going to make you raise your hands, but I would like you to internally think, do you make that? Does your household make that? Who do you know that does, right? A lot of us are people that would qualify to live in affordable housing neighborhoods, are people that need there to be more affordable and attainable housing. And I think, so when I was thinking about this question, I was thinking about really like community diversity. Our teachers, our firefighters, our friends, our neighbors are some of these people. And when we think of affordable housing as being for other people, as opposed to people like us, we react to it very differently. So that was the thing that I wanted to bring attention to.
Thank you for centering that too, because even earlier we're discussing serving 30% to 80% AMI. That's a really big range, and there's a lot of different incomes along that range. So thank you for centering that. That's an important point.
And actually, even beyond that, because we've talked about teachers, there's actually studies that show that teacher recruitment is improved when you have affordable housing. It also shows that there's less absenteeism among students when you have affordable housing. And so that sort of stability in a community benefits things beyond just the people living in affordable homes. But I think it's also important to mention the health outcomes, because people have to travel an hour and a half to reach a job. That's suddenly an hour and a half each way that they don't get to spend with their family. That's an hour, 3 hours that they don't get to go take care of their own health care. That's time that they don't get to spend elsewhere. And so making sure that people can afford to live in our communities helps for health outcomes, helps for our schools, helps for public safety, helps for like a million different things. And so I think it's really important to consider the holistic view of it, and not just this is helping one individual person.
Absolutely. I want to jump next to property values. That's another thing you hear kicked around a lot in this type of dialogue or conversation. And the myth, goes a little something like this: affordable housing causes surrounding property values to decline. What does the latest research show? And I guess bonus points for North Carolina examples. What does the latest research actually tell us about that, about how affordable housing developments affect surrounding property values?
I did look for North Carolina examples to be able to answer your question. I believe that the North Carolina HFA recently had a study which just showed that there was no evidence of decreased property values. They weren't as bold as to say that it never happens, but they surveyed thousands of community developments across the state and didn't find evidence that it had happened. And then I think Charlotte specifically, their numbers suggested that they may have even gone up, which is likely due to the newness or the higher density of those developments.
And actually, the Urban Institute found that there's a 3% increase in property values surrounding light tech development. And so I think it's funny because people say, "Oh, I don't want affordable housing near me. I don't, it's gonna." There's all sorts of ideas as to what it's going to do to the neighborhood, but I think people aren't considering the fact what it does to stabilizing communities and what it does to make sure that businesses can thrive, what it makes for your school system to thrive. There's all sorts of things that people don't realize, and so that actually gets absorbed into property values in a positive way oftentimes. But yeah, a lot of the studies, there certainly isn't anything conclusive about it harming property values, and in many cases it increases. And that was also the case for Alexandria, Virginia, where there was a small study done and it showed a bump in property values too.
Yeah, I think the idea that affordable housing developments decrease surrounding property values, we're not seeing research or anecdotal evidence that bears that out, right? And I'll just share sort of a personal anecdote myself. So we moved back to Raleigh about 7 years ago. And I have both existing and new affordable housing developments immediately in my neighborhood and in the Raleigh-Kentwood neighborhood. And my house, which is an older, moderate home, has nearly doubled in value over the last 5 or 6 years. So I have a very in my face example of that, that's not what's happening as these affordable housing developments are coming up all around me.
It's interesting though, because I don't know how to communicate this more effectively, because you can show people studies, but it doesn't necessarily resonate with people. And so for someone who's scared about losing property value, I mean, I'd almost say there's a bigger problem where we now have these nest eggs where we're so scared about losing any sort of value to that nest egg. But communicating that to people, we are trying to build affordable housing in Falls Church, and we have an immense amount of opposition to that right now. Because people, and this is my assessment of the situation, are concerned that it is going to decrease their property value. And I can show people studies, but I can't communicate beyond, I was like, this is the evidence we have, but there's an emotional component to it too. And that's, if anyone in this room can figure out how to address that emotional component, I would love to hear, because I'll make a video about it. But it's a really hard thing to get past.
Absolutely, and I think, we're not gonna do it all today, but I think that's part of why bringing the white paper to life a little bit, right? That is what we're striving for. Okay, Carrie, I want to follow up on a point you made earlier about how there's a lot of misconceptions around why people might experience homelessness, why they're experiencing first-time homelessness. And if you could, this is a bit of a magic wand question, right? If you could reframe the public narrative around homelessness completely, what new framing or story would you want communities to embrace, and why?
Yeah, so I think you talked earlier about a both and, right? And my pitch is a both and request, right? So in terms of addressing homelessness in our community, I believe we have to simultaneously tackle two things. One is to respond to the crisis in front of us, which is people living unsheltered in our community today. And this is really about dedicating resources to our homeless service system and supporting those public-private partnerships that allow us to do that work. And we're going to hear a little bit more about that this afternoon. And we have to plan for the current and future growth that I think we all see as inevitable, right? And that will continue to put pressure on our housing market. So, that, from my perspective, is about embracing development across the housing continuum. I think the good news is, as we saw in some of our earlier presentations, we have city and county leadership, both staff and elected officials, that understand this and that are embracing this, and we have some positive results and some momentum that we can continue to build on.
Okay, let's jump to a question about our affordable housing plan. So earlier, Emila shared our 3 core goals that are laid out in that affordable housing plan. And as a reminder, there's a QR code on the back of your programs if you want to do some more reading after this too. So our housing goals focus on both increasing the supply of affordable housing and improving affordability across the whole market, across the whole housing supply. So in your view, how does adding more market rate housing, and Councilmember Underhill talked a lot about this earlier as well, how does adding more market rate supply affect rents, and how does it improve or impact overall housing stability across the market?
So I'll just comment there. There have been many studies showing how adding new homes creates more affordable options throughout the region. And so the key thing, though, is that it's oftentimes that one exact building is not necessarily more affordable, but you have to look at things in a regional level. And so there's the study that I've been using, which is the MAST study, which looked at places like Minneapolis, Chicago, San Francisco, and so a whole bunch of different localities, 52,000 new units. which was a pretty big study. There have been Swedish studies. So there's studies all over the world that have confirmed the exact same thing. And actually the Swedish study was amazing because they have really, really, really good data there that we don't have here. So they were able to really individually track every single person that moved. So that's been a big thing. The way, though, that I really do like to think about it, and the simplified version, which we brought up earlier, was as musical chairs. So if you have 5 people, let's say you have 5 chairs, and you have 10 people playing musical chairs, 5 people are going to end up without a seat. Let's do it another way. You have 19 chairs, 20 people playing, 1 person's going to end up without a seat. But one of those people, let's say, has crutches. One of them is vulnerable. That's going to be the person who ends up without a seat. And so if we think about this literally from how many homes do we have and how many people do we need to house, I think that's a much more comprehensive way to look at it versus, we can talk about these studies. But the studies absolutely show that, but a more intuitive way to look at it is through that musical chairs analogy.
I'm going to build on your musical chairs. Just to make the point, I think many people in this room know that I talk about needing market rate housing often. We need more housing, we need more housing, we need more housing, we need more subsidized housing, we need more market rate housing, all the income levels. And I wanted to just do the history lesson for a moment of why. We do have a game of musical chairs in our housing system, particularly in Raleigh. And it was set up on purpose to have not enough chairs for everyone. It was set up on purpose to create single-family exclusionary zoning districts, to make the houses so expensive and on so much land that people that they didn't want to live in the neighborhood with them would not be able to afford to. That's the history. And it takes purposeful, just the same as it took purpose to make it, which was also Read Color of Law, or come to our film night next week because we're going to watch the short 20-minute version of the video. It takes federal, state, and local cooperation to create that in the last century. It's going to take federal, state, and local and neighbor cooperation to undo all of it just as purposefully. And so when we talk about missing middle housing and smaller lot sizes and all these really geeky zoning things, I'm a zoning geek. It sounds like you are too, Councilmember. Sometimes we get into geek mode and we forget to talk about why, but we're doing those things to undo where they were done in the past.
Thanks, Jen, for bringing that context. I think it's really important. Councilmember, I think you may have actually used this analogy as well, but like you, how do you turn studies into sort of real information that people can sort of jump into, right? One analogy that I like to use is cars. So when someone levels up, right, to a new model or a luxury model because they have the opportunity to do that, their used trade-in then becomes an opportunity for someone who needs a reliable but less expensive car. And trust me when I say that transportation is also a significant challenge in our community for many people. So similarly, as new housing is built, more kind of used housing is available for people at lower income levels.
And actually, to build on that car analogy, do y'all remember when used cars went up in price during COVID? That was when there was a shortage, car assembly lines stopped during COVID. We had a shortage of new cars. Suddenly, used cars went up dramatically in price. We're doing the same thing with the housing market.
Thank you all. So I want to follow up too, and I think both Jen and Carrie mentioned this, and I know Councilmember Underhill has some excellent video communications about this as well. But we've touched on how the myth about density is bad for the environment. And I want to go back there. And I also want to note in that packet, there is a very compelling visual depiction of exactly what we're getting at. It's on the very last page before the lengthy footnotes. But yeah, I would love for you all to expand a bit more on why, sell the argument. Why is that not true? Why is it not true that density is bad for the environment?
I'll start since that's the one I gave. I do love the picture that's in those packets. I think it helps people visualize what we're talking about. But I often explain this to people by asking them, whether the tree in their own backyard is the most important tree, the one that you can see from your house, or whether there are thousands. We were building 540 in Southern Wake County. How many of you guys have seen how many trees were cut down by building 540? Take a little field trip down to Southern Wake County. We're talking about hundreds and thousands of trees from that housing and from the new developments that will pop up around it. And I already said I'm a YIMBY. I'm pro building more housing everywhere, that we need it because we need a lot. But often we come to protest housing because we're worried about the tree that we can see from our own backyard. We're worried about the tree that's right here, and we treat it as more important than the people that might live in the house that will replace it. And usually there's still trees that get planted back because that's in the rules and they have to. That's the social bit of it that we need to talk about. And then there's all sorts of data that you can look across how apartments have more efficient energy use, have less carbon emissions, how when you live in tight, dense, walkable communities, not only are you healthier because you're walking around, but you're driving your car less and you're emitting less carbon dioxide, you're contributing less to the urban heat island effect. There's data upon data upon data and research that can prove that denser housing, more compact housing, both horizontally and vertically, is more sustainable by almost every measure. But what we need to really work on is that feeling that we have about the tree that we can see.
And just to add to that, I think there's equivocation on the word environment. So there's what you see that gets to your backyard versus the global environment or the regional environment. And so that's where there's almost the vibe that people get from what they see around them versus actually reducing carbon emissions. And so oftentimes when I go to city council meetings, people are talking about the environment. It's like, well, which environment are you actually talking about? And I do want to stress, you can do density and preserve green. It's not like one is opposed to the other. Singapore does an amazing job adding in greenery into their developments. There's a bunch of other cities that have been able to preserve green space by incorporating it into development and design and other things like that. So it doesn't mean you have to have a lifeless, dead, gray city to be able to have dense housing.
Great. What other myths exist in the dialogue that maybe we haven't gotten to in the last 30, 35, 40 minutes? Maybe need a time check. But what other myths are on your minds that we haven't covered yet?
Yeah, I'd like to bring us back for a moment to the individuals and families that are navigating this and remind everyone that homelessness is a trauma. As a service community, I think we've really, for the past few years, been leaning into an understanding of what it takes to prevent and mitigate trauma, toxic stress, adverse childhood experiences, and housing is an essential component of that effort. In fact, we know now that it is the best first step to addressing all the other individual challenges. And Councilmember, you sort of talked about the interconnectedness of all of these things. So if we are concerned about lessening undue burdens on our infrastructure, law enforcement, the justice system, the healthcare system, housing is one of the most humane, effective, and cost-effective ways to do that.
Yeah, I think just the simple sentence that homelessness is a housing problem helps us to understand then when we're talking about housing, and maybe we're not talking about the homeless program at that moment, but the fact that homelessness is a housing problem can help us reframe how we think about all the housing projects that we talk about. I started to make a list when I was looking at this question, and then I realized that my list was too long. So I'm going to summarize it to say that if you go to enough town council or city council meetings around the Triangle, you will hear the same list of reasons for every project. And it's summarized as, this is a really good project, but not here. There's always a list of reasons. There's always seemingly plausible views or shadows or traffic or infrastructure. There's something that you can point to. But often, it's the same people coming back, meeting after meeting and project after project, to give those different reasons for different things, for different places. But all they really want is to say no. To your point earlier, they just want to stop the change. And that's a hard thing to face or tell someone or have a conversation about, but it's something in a growing city that we have to be okay being more honest about. Just saying no, just saying not here in my backyard is not enough to solve the housing problem. We really have to start getting comfortable and discussing what we're willing to say yes to and who we're willing to say yes to welcoming into our community.
And saying no doesn't prevent the change from happening anyway. Man, I also had too long of a list. If there's other myths that you want us to bring up, let me know. But I guess just to your point, in Falls Church, we were building we were changing zoning to allow for townhomes near commercial areas, and people came out and said no because this is not affordable. Now, the same people, we are building affordable housing in Falls Church. Same people are coming out and saying no, it is too big, it's too much. We're looking just at 3 stories to 6 stories, and that is too much. And so as a council member, I almost feel like there is nothing I can do, right? No matter what, there are going to be people saying no. And so I have to figure out the way around that to make it so that people are coming out to council meetings who do support some of these things. I mean, and I would hope that y'all are showing up to council meetings to speak out in favor of some of these projects. But I would say one of the things that's come up recently is, why don't we just build affordable housing? So why don't developers or home builders just build housing that's affordable? And so this is something that I'm probably going to work on a video on, and I'm like almost been workshopping an answer, but I actually started to try to build something that is affordable, just on paper. And buying up some land in Falls Church, there's $2.2 million for this one lot. If I made no money, like as a developer, as a home builder, if I made no money, just buying that lot to break even, I would need to charge at least $800 in rent per unit for the 16 units that I would build. And that's to comply with zoning. That $800 is the floor. I haven't built anything. That's just to cover the land costs. And so as we're trying to figure out how can we build affordable housing, there are so many components that go into it. And so then when somebody says, oh, you're trying to build affordable housing, can you make it a little bit smaller? Well, it's like, well, suddenly that's one less unit that's on that property to help pay rent. Now I have to offset that to all the other units. And now each unit has to pay more. And so the cost of lopping off a floor or making them smaller or whatever else adds up. And so I think people just don't realize that whole picture. I have 100 other things that I would love to go through, but I know we're running short on time.
I'm going to have to cut you guys off. But yes, and I think that is an incredibly important point. And Yvette and Yolanda later today will walk through how difficult it can be to make the numbers work for the development side of things later. So we're excited about that presentation as well. And then just to respond briefly to Jen's point, homelessness as a housing problem is definitely required reading in the Housing and Community Development Department. If you haven't read that book, highly suggest it. And Greg Colburn was actually our keynote for this event in 2024, one of the authors of that book. So we're setting the bar high for ourselves with our keynote speakers, I guess, at these things. So just a couple of minutes left. I want to give you each an opportunity to just highlight any upcoming events that you or your organization has in the pipeline, any opportunities for folks in the audience to get involved, what they should look out for.
Sure. So TFS's street outreach team is proud to be part of the Wake at Home initiative that you're going to be hearing about in a few minutes. And we are working to rapidly house individuals and families who are residing in encampments. You heard a little bit about the proliferation of encampments in our community earlier. And this is building on the success of the City of Raleigh's pilot, bringing neighbors home as well. So we, as we serve in this capacity, we are often in need of essential move-in supplies for our families. cleaning products, toiletries, linens, dishes, etc. And that allows us to set families up for success from day one. So if anyone's interested in hosting a drive to help us collect some of those items, please reach out to me and we can talk how to most effectively and efficiently do that. I also would like to invite everyone to our Wake Up with TFS 2026 breakfast on September the 17th. This is our sort of annual event, and this year we are excited to be celebrating the power of partnership, which is really the only way that we are able to do this work in our community. So if you're interested in sponsoring or purchasing tickets for the event, you can go to tfsnc.org/events to learn more about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll also plug my events URL, so events.citybuildernc.org. We try to capture not only our own events, but all the housing events that are happening in the Triangle. So if this is a topic of interest to you, or if you have an event you want us to put on the calendar, let us know. Next week we have a film night. Like I said, we'll be watching Segregated by Design and a couple of other films around these same topics. And then I would be remiss to say, while sitting in this room, we are bringing all the YIMBYs in the country here in November. So YIMBY Town, the National Pro Housing Conference, will be right here in this building, November 17th through 19th. In New Haven, they got 1,000 people, and I think we can do better than that. So we're aiming for 1,200 YIMBYs from across our state, across our city, across the country to talk about how we do this in each of our communities right here.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much to all of our panelists. We're going to keep rolling this afternoon, but thanks for a great discussion.
Thank you so much to our panelists. That was pretty much a master class in myth busting around housing and homelessness. We're really grateful to have subject matter experts with us today. And as Carrie mentioned, I'm going to pass the mic now to a very important presentation led by the Wake Continuum of Care Lead Agency Director, Eileen Rosa. It's about a new community-wide initiative called Wake at Home that we're all really going to want to hear about. The City of Raleigh is proud to be a partner in this work and contribute our lessons learned from our unsheltered pilot highlighted earlier. So welcome Eileen to the stage.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Eileen Rosa, and I have the absolute privilege and honor to serve as the Wake County Continuum of Care Lead Agency Director. But I always like to start some of these presentations or sharing events with a quick poll on who actually knows what a COC or Continuum of Care is. Wow, a lot more than I thought, maybe, especially because a lot of times when we're talking about affordable housing, we aren't necessarily pairing that with homelessness. And this, speaking of geek mode, I forget who said that on the last panel, but I tend to be a bit of a COC geek, so I apologize if some of these are a little bit of a deep dive, but really we want to share today about the Wake at Home strategy as we move on from kind of getting back to baseline in terms of our core operations, how we track data, how we coordinate as a community, and how we improve access to services that ultimately support folks in resolving their homelessness, connecting to permanent housing. I am realizing that I don't have the clicker. That's okay. I was like, oh yeah. All right. Is it a special? Oh, the giant green button. Got it. So again, just a brief background on what the Continuum of Care actually is and our guiding vision. It's really to ensure that homelessness in our community becomes rare, brief, and non-recurring, right? And so we want to make sure that we have that central vision that's guiding our day-to-day work, but we also recognize that there's a certain infrastructure that has to exist to support some of those day-to-day operations and some of the standards that we have as a continuum of care. And so a COC is a local planning body that's established by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. It's codified. We have our implementation guidance through the interim rule. But our roles are to coordinate housing, funding, and support services for people experiencing homelessness. HUD even defines how we categorize homelessness in the way that folks are eligible for certain services or the ways in which we structure our programs. And so most often when you hear me refer to homelessness in this presentation, we're talking about literal homelessness, people who are outside or in a shelter or place dedicated to people who are coming from the streets or shelters, okay? And so while HUD sort of defines a lot of those requirements, the implementation and how creative we are about our full strategies to end and address homelessness is driven locally. And so we as a COC have been through significant transition over the last couple of years. I think I'm transitioning finally out of calling myself the new girl. So I'm about 1.5 years into this role, but that comes after years of where we had transition from the previous lead agency and 3 service partners and organizations that stepped in as interim leads, most of whom are here today: Urban Ministries, Haven House Services, and Oak City Cares. They kind of kept that continuity of those core services before we established an MOU with Wake County government and our COC governance board. So you can kind of see the structure of our COC from a very high level, that this established the COC department as a county department that flows up, just as my sister department and the housing team flow up through that county structure, but we are accountable and staff to the COC governance board, an external body that's about 22 representatives of diverse backgrounds, different types of seats and representatives to advance this work. We are then also responsive and accountable to a broader COC membership. Individuals experiencing homelessness, formerly experiencing homelessness, members of the public, and then our very service organizations that are also engaging in those core services, right? The street outreach that Carrie mentioned, the day services that we know Oak City Cares provides a bulk of in our community, right? And then also the permanent housing side, the supportive services that go along with some of the subsidized housing that we've mentioned here today. So fast forward a little bit, and I didn't go into all the details here, but I am now a staff of 12 once we're fully on board within the next couple of months, and that just really speaks to the significant investment that the county and the city of Raleigh have made in addressing homelessness long-term, both immediate and long-term. In terms of the current landscape, I want to make sure that, again, we kind of ground ourselves in the numbers. In Wake County, more than 1,100 people experience homelessness on any given night. That is our point-in-time count. If you've heard of that before, that's the PIT count. That is a HUD or federally required report. It might not be the most accurate, but it does kind of give you a snapshot just for a one-night sort of look. But annually, we have about 3,500 people coming into homelessness or experiencing homelessness in some cyclical way, right? They might be brand new to homelessness, they might be returning to homelessness, or maybe they sort of, figured something out and were housed, but then re-experienced for one reason or another. And so in that way, I think just, again, we could spend a whole session on this, but we haven't seen any sharp increases or decreases in our overall homeless population here in Raleigh and Wake County. We've seen slight increases in unsheltered homelessness, which really is driving the Wake at Home strategy, but it's really important to understand that we have been, given all of the investments, both coming out of the COVID era federally, but also the investments and priorities of our local environment, that we have been able to effectively manage homelessness. We just haven't been able to surge and sort of create that reduction. And so that's really what guides us here. And I won't spend too long on some of these slides because Councilmember Underhill and Emila also pointed this out. But the reality is that homelessness, or managing homelessness, continuing to manage homelessness, is much more expensive than actually just providing housing and providing those supports to people, especially on time-limited and more sort of middle-of-the-road types of solutions, right? We need a variety of tools in our toolbox. That ranges from homelessness prevention and what we call front door or front porch diversion, right? Making sure that people don't become long stayers in shelter because we don't have other exit pathways, right? All the way to vouchers and other supportive housing structures. And so it's just important for us to ground ourselves in the cost of homelessness and the opportunity that we have to reimagine and reinvest those dollars into a solution. And so Wake at Home, we have been sort of soft rolling this out for a number of reasons. One is that again, like I said, we're getting the COC back to baseline, and we are just now pivoting to really be thinking about these other strategies to address homelessness. But we have also recognized that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. The last thing that I wanted to do was basically create a 5-year plan that would kind of throw everything in the kitchen sink in there, right? And it would really be drawing on a lot of what we already have through the Wake County strategic plan, through the City of Raleigh's affordable housing plan. And really, I think what we were able to do is identify 3 core priorities that we can advance through Wake at Home and through a public-private partnership with these strategic investments. And so the vision of Wake at Home is to really prevent and eliminate street sleeping through a targeted rehousing strategy. The 3 specific fronts in which we will be addressing homelessness in Wake County is first and foremost, eliminating encampments and preventing new street sleeping. This is how we effectively address unsheltered homelessness through a direct-to-housing initiative. We are saying that we want to implement a robust encampment response and work with our partners to engage and essentially enforce those areas once we've closed it to street sleeping. So both a humane response while also recognizing we have other parts of our system that we have to build up. The second piece is focusing on immediate interventions and rapid resolution for first-time homelessness. So recognizing that flexible funds and light touch services can immediately resolve somebody's homelessness without expecting them to have to go to a bunch of different service organizations or kind of languish in shelter or outside, right? And then the last is that we need to activate integrated care with our street response all the way through the housing continuum. How can we modify a home if somebody needs ongoing support, right? These pillars are informed by what we know locally and nationally. We have proof of concept right here and in our peer communities. So I want to highlight not only a bunch of the communities that and larger cities that my colleagues mentioned today, but Tulsa, Indianapolis, New Orleans, Denver, and Dallas have all seen reductions or progress in different ways based on this focus. Our local experience, though, is informed by the City of Raleigh's unsheltered pilot that Emma covered previously. We've learned some of the strategies that come out of that, but we're also recognizing we need to be able to scale that, right? That was a successful pilot, and we need to be able to scale that and understand what that work means as we continue month to month, year to year. The other piece that we're building on is flexible funds and how we can financially, quickly, creatively respond to the homelessness crisis. That has been set forth in the stage through Wake County and the Bridge to Home program, again, many of whom providers are here today. Those are flexible funds that are not typically dollars or programs that the federal government or the state will fund, but that we have the flexibility locally to, again, creatively respond to the homelessness crisis. If there's a car repair that needs to happen or is maybe the reason that somebody has lost the job, right? Let's work on repairing that car in addition to getting you set up into a new place or helping kind of kick that off. So again, we're drawing on these local and national proofs of concept to propose this strategy, right? And this is where we really have to start digging in. We have continued the work day in, day out in all of our existing service programs and existing service dollars. What we need is a surge investment to address and reduce homelessness, starting with unsheltered homelessness in the Direct to Housing initiative, and rapid exit from shelter. So understanding, again, the cyclical nature of our population. What we have modeled based on our system trends and the cost of addressing homelessness in direct to housing supports and supportive services is $22 million for phase one, which is essentially a 2-year surge focused on encampments, focused on rapidly rehousing people who have been sleeping outside or who have been new to shelter or coming in and have very brief histories of homelessness. This is propelled by significant investment from Wake County and the city of Raleigh in particular. We have this propellant because of other local proofs of concept, right? And so we have priced this out, but I want to highlight that we have a funding gap for how we're going to continue this work. And that is about $6 million for this phase one. We have fundraising strategies and that COC infrastructure underway to support this work as we engage private, local, regional, and other national sources to support this. But it's also important to understand how the city and the county have been leveraging existing local funds to just redirect to this initiative and brainstorming new and added funds. I think I'm probably over time, yep. And so phase two, as we see progress in phase one over the next 2 years, we will continue to reevaluate what this cost is, because we might find out it's actually less in our community based on how we're able to quickly respond to folks in crisis and in homelessness. But we will continue to report progress. So where are we now? We have, again, I've said we've kind of kept it a little bit slow rolling, but Direct to Housing initiative is underway, right? We've built on the progress and the lessons learned from the City of Raleigh's pilot. We are improving street outreach coordination to ensure we have coverage of the full county, right? Because in some ways we didn't even understand our full scope of unsheltered homelessness. And then we also are designing rapid resolution at scale, that flexible assistance that we need to deepen that bucket so that we can quickly respond and triage folks. As far as what's next, we need to build flexible funds. We need to engage those partners and make sure that we have the public-private partnership, because our local governments have really propelled and created that momentum to get us started. We then need to ensure that we are continuing the work to complete direct to housing at scale for all of our encampments. Emma sort of shared earlier on at the top of today that we have about 80 encampments at least, right, that we know of and have confirmed and have engaged, but that we need to do more, and we will get to everybody. It's just a matter of when and aligning those resources. And so just want to continue that work, and I know I'm going a little bit long, but in terms of next steps and what you can do, as I said, we are just getting started. This would have been a very different presentation, I think, in about 6 months even, and so as you just engage and follow along, please spread the word. We will have very specific guidance and ways that you can contribute, track our work, including month-by-month updates, and even join the broader COC membership. So if you're interested more in this work and how you can support even some of our committees and other work, our governance board, we have a lot of members here today, please go ahead and check us out on our COC website here today. So that's Wake at Home.
Thank you so much, Eileen. We're so grateful for your leadership, expertise, and partnership in this space. I think we're at a really exciting time where we can work together in spaces like this, where we have just wide community and leadership and elected support. It's really exciting. Now I'm excited to announce 2 other amazing leaders. We have 2 other items for you this afternoon, and this one is amazing. We have 2 absolute leaders and subject matter experts in Yvette Holmes of Southeast Raleigh Promise and Yolanda Winstead of DHIC. These 2 folks know affordable housing finance and development inside and out, among other things. And that's why we've asked them to do the almost impossible task of distilling all of their knowledge into 30 minutes or less. So I'm going to call them both up to the stage. And please, yes, thank you. Please join me in welcoming Yvette and Yolanda.
Is it already on? It's already on.
Am I? I don't think I'm on. You were just on. Testing. Testing. All right. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yvette Holmes, and I'm the CEO of Southeast Raleigh Promise.
And I'm Yolanda Winstead. I'm president and CEO at DHIC.
And so, as already stated, we have almost the impossible task of distilling everything in 30 minutes. What we can promise you is that we'll use every minute and probably go over a little bit. And then also just thinking about all the great comments that were made prior to our getting up here, we'll try to figure out how not to be overly repetitive. I think for me, unintentionally, I wore this green sweater, and I wore my Southeast Raleigh Promise t-shirt that says rooted in community. And so as much as we're talking about development, it's also in the built environment. It's important, and as already mentioned, to make sure that we keep community at the center of all of our conversations. So I wanted to at least elevate that as we talk about how do we do development and how does it work?
Right. You guys put a lot of pressure on us all the way up to this time slot. So, but just to ensure, I don't want to always assume everybody in the room knows who we are. DHIC is a Raleigh-based nonprofit. Been working in the Raleigh community in Wake County and across the state for over 50 years, doing multifamily rental development housing using primarily the low-income housing tax credit program and other federal and state programs to provide affordable housing for low-income families. And we're also very active in helping folks get into homeownership through education and counseling and helping them access down payment assistance and other special programs to help with the cost of mortgages.
And I'll tell you a little bit about Southeast Raleigh Promise. We are celebrating 10 years this year. We are a nonprofit organization and hyper-focused in Southeast Raleigh along the Rock Quarry Road corridor. And we excitedly did our first groundbreaking for our 25 units of small-scale affordable housing, which is one of the ways in which we're going to increase housing affordability and opportunities in Raleigh. We have some of our partners here, Tightline Designs and others that we've worked with to make this project. And it is a pilot project funded by the City of Raleigh, so we're the first to do it. We are leading Raleigh-Wake County's first purpose-built community model. It is a place-based model. I also want to remind us that it really is about neighborhoods and what resources and amenities are available to individuals who live in neighborhoods. So I know there were a lot of references to low-income communities, but we do believe in mixed-income communities because we also want to have the services and the amenities and transportation and the like so that we don't have to leave our neighborhoods to take advantage of all of that. I am a long-term resident in Southeast Raleigh, and I spend 80% of my money outside of my community, so we do want to change that, and we do think that mixed-income housing is one of the ways in which we can do that.
Right.
Let's get started.
Yeah, so you all have the crash course handout on your tables, and we're really trying to use this kind of as guidance for getting through the 30 minutes effectively and efficiently. So we are going to really talk about kind of the challenges that we face, both as a DHIC, in this case, being considered a large-scale multifamily developer, whereas Southeast Raleigh Promise is doing what's considered small-scale. Even though we're providing small, different unit types and sizes and density in our communities that we're working on, we actually do face the same challenges getting through the development process. And so that's kind of how we want to frame the discussion this afternoon as we talk about affordable housing production and what we have to do to get those units on the ground.
Yeah, so it starts with location. Anything related to real estate starts with location. So let's, for a minute, try not to think about who we're building it for, and just think about what it takes to do construction, period. Because even as developers of affordable housing, we can't go to Lowe's and get sheetrock at a discounted cost, right? The cost is the cost. So if we just think about what goes into the thinking of the mind of a developer or organization, let's just start with that premise. And so for us with land and doing small scale, especially because of who we want to serve, it requires greater subsidies to be able to minimize the amount of debt that we're carrying on this particular development. And for us in this small scale of 25 units that we're calling Promise 25, the 25 units include a mix of ADUs, duplexes, and one single-family home. But if it had not been for the parcels of land that the city of Raleigh ground leased to us, and there are 9 parcels across which we are developing these 25 units, it would almost be impossible to afford or to pass the affordability on to the residents ultimately that will be living there. So the identifying the location and then also making sure that the land is affordable enough that you can develop and build affordable housing is, for us, is where it starts.
Mm-hmm. And then if you flip that to kind of a larger scale, doing low-income housing tax credit developments, when you talk about land, in addition to the cost of the land, or whether we're ground leasing the land at a below market rate or not, when we're using a tool like the low-income housing tax credit program, you also have to look at the location. Where is it in proximity to other services such as retail, schools, senior centers if you're serving seniors, and banks and things of that like. And so that's a really competitive resource that's administered at the state level. And the basis of kind of deciding if you have a competitive transaction that you can actually get an award for and then get funded and get the units on the ground starts with the location and how it's going to score under the current qualified allocation plan that's put out by the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency each year. So if we're looking to develop a new apartment community, the first thing we're going to look at is, does this land score so that we can be competitive and stand a chance of actually getting that resource so that we can then leverage other resources to build a funding stack that we can deliver those units. And so oftentimes we do get approached with folks who are very interested in supporting affordable housing. They may have land or be aware of land that's available. And when we start to have that conversation, it's a discouraging conversation sometimes because folks do have land. It just may not be in an area or in a proximity where we think we can actually put together a transaction that's going to work and we can get it through the entire process. Yeah, go ahead. And one other thing, so with infill, we've actually done some multifamily developments on infill lots within the city, core city, in Durham and in Raleigh, and we've been able to do that using ground leases sometimes, but also a challenge that you have is the competition for that land as well. So we are competing for sites against market rate developers as well. And so we're chasing different buckets of scarce resources from land to the financing to bring the affordable housing to the ground.
Which is also why it's important to control the land. So to the extent that the city, county, or whomever has the capital to go out and to acquire the land and to bank it for a period of time and then put it back out and, invite developers to come in and to make proposals for how you can create affordability or housing affordability, then that's also important. So I think the housing bond, the previous one, and the county does work in this space. I think the city and county also have a acquisition fund where you can go in and take advantage and make sure that we get the land under control. Because once the market developers control the land, we kind of already know what's going to happen. I will say for us, the higher density, I think we talked about when we were doing our meeting, I was like, I'm going to stay away from zoning, but I just want to make sure that y'all know that the housing that we're building does benefit or take advantage of the fact that we're able to have higher density on infill or single family lots, wherein there may have been one single family unit on a given lot. We're now putting back, for the most part, a duplex or a duplex plus an ADU. And so the higher density, making room for people is really what is important. And these are in neighborhoods that we like like to say, and y'all know the buzz term, in walking distance to downtown. So you already know what that means, and these are high opportunity neighborhoods that a lot of people want to move into, and we think that everyone all should have those same opportunities.
Yeah, I wasn't going to touch zoning either, but as a best practice, DHIC typically tries to start with a site that is already appropriately zoned for multifamily apartments. Partially because the process of going through a rezoning is time consuming, and time is money in these transactions. The second piece is, as you've heard earlier, there are some folks who are resistant to change or have this misconception that affordable housing will bring down their property taxes or bring down their value or bring crime to the neighborhood. And so because, of the urgency of trying to get developments done, we prefer to start with something that's already zoned so we don't have to go through that process, and then we also don't have to fight that stereotype, and we can move faster through the actual development process.
So we're going to cost next?
Construction costs next.
Okay.
As Councilwoman Underhill mentioned earlier, all this stuff's connected. So as we're talking about, the land, the zoning, the use of the land, the time is very important, especially if you're using low-income housing tax credits, that program, because there is a time limit from when you get an award that you need to place a project in service. And so that's one pressure that we have. And then the other piece is we're using, debt as well as equity. Interest rate environment changes. And so also over time, your cost of construction goes up. So as Yvette mentioned, we don't get a discount on lumber. We don't get a discount on, other materials or the labor. So even though we're building affordable housing, we can't subsidize it essentially through discounts at the level with a general contractor or with building materials or supplies. So that's where the subsidy from the city with gap funding and even at the state comes in. So construction, it costs us what it costs a market rate developer essentially to develop an apartment community. They may have additional amenities, maybe nicer finishes, but the core development, the bones of the building cost the same. And so that's one reason there's really you can't just differentiate between affordable housing and market rate housing simply because of the cost of construction.
And it is also true, the cost of labor. We know that we have a shortage of skilled labor. It's an opportunity to encourage, electrician, plumber, just having those individuals available to do the work. And I know the governor just put out a bill to also encourage more, delegate some training and dollars and partnerships to encourage more individuals, particularly our young people who are in high school. There are many tracks that individuals can take, but we need more skilled labor to also do the work and keep up with the demand. Mm-hmm. So that's also a cost driver, because if you have fewer labor, qualified or skilled labor, that obviously means that their costs, they can charge more for their services, quite frankly. But then also you don't have folk available to do the work.
So we're going to go on to talk a little bit about the rents and the income for the developments, both small scale and large scale. You already understand that from the affordable housing perspective, if you're using the low-income housing tax credit program, we're typically serving households that are earning no more than 60% of our area median income. And you heard earlier, that number about a household of 3, and if they were at 60%, what that income is. Just want to let you know that if you're talking about a household of 4 in the Raleigh-Cary metropolitan statistical area, if they earn less than roughly just slightly under $106,000 a year for a family of 4, they're considered low income. So we're serving families in our communities through homeownership work and multifamily that don't fit the stereotype most people have in their head of what a low-income resident is. And so I think that's very important to point out. And so when you start from there and go down that ladder for income, we're serving families that are working, in low-wage jobs all the way up to, things such as we talked about, teachers, firefighters, those folks. And so even though we're talking about affordable housing in the context of the tax credit program, in our purview, because we're serving different tiers across that income spectrum, it's a mixed income. They're mixed income developments. Your families working that are earning different levels. And so we're not necessarily tackling in our space the market rate folks or the folks that can afford market rate housing. It is mixed income housing. And sometimes we run into, again, how you talk about things and define things and the semantics of things. When people say we want mixed income housing, most people's brains default to we're talking about mixing low income people with folks who can pay market rate. But in our space, we're serving a mix of incomes that just all happen to be low income folks. And they're all people typically that are working really hard, providing essential services to the communities that we all live in. And so they deserve high quality housing as well. And I'll get off my soapbox now and turn it back over to you, Beth.
It's easy to do. I understand you. It's okay. And so I think about affordable housing, or if you were just to change the order of that, housing that people can afford at the end of the day, or income aligned housing, whatever you want to call it. I think affordable housing sometimes just gets a bad rap. But like in our development, the 25 units that we're building, we are serving households at 30% AMI, 60%, and 80%. So that, as Yolanda just mentioned, that in and of itself is mixed income housing. But the way that we're able to offer the rents at 30% is that we have the 80% units that are kind of cross-subsidizing. Because at the end of the day, any development, the only source of revenue you have is the rent. So if you see like where the rent is sky high, it's probably because they have a lot of debt that they have to service. Or in our case, we even like what was affordable 10 years ago, when people see a new construction and they see the rents today, there's like, well, that's not affordable. Well, it is relative to where we are today and the cost of things today. So we have to acknowledge that even when you looked at the AMI for this area, under $100,000, there's still people who are making, minimum wage, who are still making $10 an hour. It used to be the fight for 15, like now we got to do the fight for 30, like there's still, it's just the cost of living or people's incomes are not keeping up with the cost of living. But at the same time, it's going to cost more if we wait. Quite frankly, it feels costly today. It's going to cost more 10 years from now or even 5 years from now.
And to piggyback on that, on the back of your flyer, there's a photo of a community that actually happens to be one of DHSC's. It's Booker Park North, which is 72 units for seniors, located over in the College Park neighborhood near St. Augustine's University. It was a 9% tax credit development that DHSC placed in service in 2019. At that time, I believe it cost a little over $11 million to deliver. The city of Raleigh provided gap funding there of about $2.2 million, and Wake County provided about $850,000 for gap funds there. A few years later, in 2023, we developed a mirror image of this building directly across the street, and it cost about $14.3 million at that time. So you can see over time, and it's essentially the same design, everything, but you can see over just a few years how the cost to develop and build has escalated. And that development both of those developments serve seniors 55 and older, and it's part of a larger redevelopment. I think we were going to go into funding and capital stacks now. We're doing pretty good on time. We got like 2 minutes. Yeah. So one of the things that really makes delivering affordable housing especially challenging, as you've heard, is the fact that we have to have gap funding. Because we're trying to serve lower income households in that mix of incomes that we're serving, we can't leverage as much debt as, say, you would see in a market rate development. And so we need essentially as free of money as we can get. And so the tax credit program allows us to use those credits to attract tax credit investors who will then will give us equity in the form of capital to help build the development in exchange for the credits that they use to offset their corporate tax liability. And then from there, we still have a difference in how much debt we can actually service based on the rents we're charging and the revenue we get after, in addition to the operating expenses. We still need some additional funding, and that's where the city or the county and even the state housing finance agency has some soft funding that's available for multifamily developments as well. But what that results in is that we typically will have anywhere from 3 to 6 funding sources that all have different requirements, different timelines for pursuing and competing for those dollars, and then different compliance requirements that we're having to manage also. And so stacking all those things together and bringing them all together to close on all that funding all at once simultaneously so that we can get under construction does present a challenge. And so that also feeds into the timeline that we typically see for how long it takes from getting a tax credit award to deliver units to actually closing on that financing and then constructing those units. And so we're usually looking at anywhere from 2 to 5 years from the time we start planning a development to we actually have construction completed, depending on what happens in the regulatory space, either from the federal level sometimes impacts that, with how the funding flows down, because a lot of these dollars are federal dollars that we're using from our state and local municipalities for gap funding, in addition to the local dollars that they're raising through bond referendums or the penny for tax. But again, the transactions themselves are especially complex and take a really long time to get through, so you can actually start construction and get people in the units.
And for our 25 unit, to put that in perspective as well, $7.6 million. We got funding from the city of Raleigh, $3.3 million, in addition to the ground lease for the land. And thankfully for them and to us, they were willing to enter into a 75-year ground lease. And so I jokingly say, but it is serious, like none of us in this room will probably be here 75 years from now. So we say we're just going to create a time capsule and then tell the people what to do or ask for 75 years from now, which is just to go ahead and deed us the land. But that said, we are going to have that, and the loan runs coterminous with the ground lease. So it's the patient capital that you need, right? And no debt service. Like, it's taken all of that to make this project work. Why? Because we have, the 30% units that are in our unit mix, and rents ranging from $600 on up to $1,600 on the top end for a 3-bedroom. We got 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. And then the Wake County also $1.2 million loan as well, below market interest. It too very patient capital, running 75 years. And then Southeast Raleigh Promise, because we're part of a national network, we were able to leverage a $350,000 grant. Also a $500,000, what we call an EQT loan, enterprise level loan. And then the other is just the conventional debt. So it's taken all of that, the capital stack, just to make that project work. What we got something else? The operations, or did we want to touch on that real quick? And we already it's already mentioned that what it takes to operate once you place these units in service and new neighbors move in, that, for it to be sustainable over time, it has to be maintained. I think that's kind of some of the pushback that you get from communities that, we believe that you shouldn't be able to ride by a neighborhood and know that it's affordable housing, or that people who are living there somehow are paying a more reduced rent. That's really, at the end of the day, is what it is. These are people that get up every day to go to work like all of us, right? But there's a stigma that people have when they hear about affordable housing or public housing, that somehow you don't want those people living in your neighborhood. So the way you really, every owner of a property should be a good landlord, should be a good property manager, and maintain the property. And that's something that we're committed to as well. Once we place these units. But again, the only, sources that you have to operate, like any other business now, it's a budget that you have to manage, would be the sources from the rents that are charged. So we have to have maintenance, ground maintenance, insurance, all those things go into maintaining a property.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'll just add one thing. I think the handout mentions the rent being the sole source of the revenue to cover the expenses of the project for it to be financially viable. One thing we do have to, we have to operate above break even, not just covering our expenses. We do have to have a little cushion over that in order to get through underwriting for the any amortizing or hard debt that we have on the property. And so it is important that we work with property management companies that can operate the property efficiently, but also making sure we're taking care of the property appropriately and serving the residents in the way that we need to, while also making sure that we're being as efficient with those operations as possible, because we do service debt to the permanent lender, and then there are repayments on the subordinate debt, often based on how the property performs. But like Yvette said, really the rent is the sole revenue to cover all those expenses. And one of the challenges we have with subsidized affordable housing, with regulatory requirements and compliance, is that we're having to also get approval for any rent increases each year and justify those. And oftentimes what we find is their expenses are actually escalating faster than we can increase the rents based on how incomes are trending. And so that does become a challenge in operating affordable housing, and something I think that we probably do need to start thinking about and looking at from a policy perspective is for those operators of this type of housing who are committed to long-term affordability and maintaining those units as high quality as possible, is how can we further support those communities and the developers in operating those properties as we continue to see the gap between operating expense increases, especially recently with insurance costs, and the fact that we're trying to preserve rents at a level that we're gonna be able to make sure people can sustain their housing, because incomes aren't rising as quickly as inflation and other expenses. And so that's still a challenge, even after we get the units on the ground and we're serving people, is operationally, and that's something we don't always talk about a lot at these types of events and conferences, is operating those properties and maintaining them at the quality that we'd like is a challenge that we also will need to start to think about more as we get into preservation as well. And I think I heard a beep, meaning we're out of time.
Out of time? What? Oh, we got
30 seconds. Look at that.
Yes. Okay. So I guess all in all, what we want to leave you with, that it's not easy, and it does take time, and you have to have persistence, commitment. It is great that when affordable housing community is in the hands of someone who's mission-based and mission-aligned and cares about community, we're not in it for the short term, we're in it for the long haul. Sometimes when you have a market developer that gets into affordable housing, you know, once the affordability period expires, they could easily just decide they're going to like flip that and make it, you know, put a little fresh paint on it and some new cabinets and countertops, and then it kind of just gets converted to market. Mm-hmm. So, I'm biased. I don't shout out DHIC. I think they're one of the best in the business, and we're small scale and moving into this space. And so the more we can have organizations, again, who are community focused and mission aligned, I think the better our city and county can be.
I can't top that. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Yvette and Yolanda. When we asked them to come up and speak about affordable housing, they graciously said yes, and then said, how much time do we have? And we said 30 minutes. And I don't think anyone could have done a better job in covering all of that information so quickly, so thank you. Our last panel is going to highlight the importance of collaboration and partnerships across levels of government. So we look forward to hearing national, state, regional, and local perspectives on this conversation. And I'll hand this over to our moderator, Mark Shelburne.
Yeah, so go ahead and fellow speakers come on up. Yeah, just for context on what you just heard from our previous two speakers, I teach a 9-hour class on just the basics of one of the programs Yolanda mentioned. So that was a lot for them to cover. So yes, so let's go. So we'll go ahead and start by having each of us introduce ourselves. And so I'm Mark Shelburne. I'm a housing policy consultant, work for a national firm, works based in San Francisco. But more relevant to being here, I was with the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency for a long time, where I worked with Emila, and I'm also an adjunct professor at UNC Chapel Hill Department of City and Regional Planning. But that was really just because I can't do the grading otherwise. You're not supposed to see that unless you're officially on faculty. It's just kind of fun to do. And I'm also a sort of sometimes reluctant member of the Planning Commission here in Raleigh. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to my speakers to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm participatory, so y'all say good afternoon when I say it again. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. It's the last panel of the day. I'm Morgan Mansa. I'm the Director of Housing Affordability and Community Revitalization for Wake County, which is likely your county. And we cover the entire spectrum of affordability within your community. On one end of the spectrum, we operate the largest men's shelter in the state of North Carolina. To the other end of the spectrum, with which we invested close to $18 million to yield 800 units of new affordable housing in our market just this year. We do not do this work alone, so I am honored to be on this panel to talk about collaboration. It is absolutely through partnerships with nonprofits, with local leaders, with developers, with everyone in the ecosystem, so you all as well have a role in this, and so our wins with units and investment, it's your win as well. So great to be here.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jason Morrow. I'm with the Raleigh Housing Authority. I'm the Director of Acquisitions and Strategic Partnerships. We are an entity that was formed by the state in 1938. We manage around 2,000 housing units within Wake and around the county. We also manage around 4,000 vouchers that we administer and distribute through Wake County. We're likewise very deeply involved in a wide variety of social and resident services across our clients. We collaborate frequently with a lot of city, county, state, and other entities. Super excited to have this conversation, and it's lovely to see all of you today.
Good afternoon. I'm Jess Brandis. I'm one of the assistant directors here for the City of Raleigh Housing and Community Development Department. From a personal point of view, I got my start in homelessness and housing work, working in medical respite, where really, the message we've heard partially today about healthcare, housing is healthcare, was really driven home. And prior to joining the city in 2024, I worked for 16 years for a local affordable housing developer. So all the information that was just shared by our panelists really resonates in terms of the challenges of developing affordable housing and developing housing in general. And so bringing that perspective to the city has been really interesting for me to see how the city's wrestling with our own challenges in partnership with those partners. So happy to be speaking with this group today.
Hello, everybody. Am I on?
No.
Got to do something.
I can slide that over.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for bearing with us all till the very end of the day. I'm Yannicka Ratcliffe. I'm in a new role as the Senior Advisor for Housing Policy for the Governor of the state of North Carolina, Josh Stein. And this role started almost exactly 90 days ago with Executive Order 36 that created this new role. It was written, I want to introduce Yolanda McGill, who's also with the Governor's office, who's here taking... she was actually instrumental in creating that executive order. It is the first attempt at creating a unified housing strategy across state government. And so we're trying to bring the various state agencies who have something to do with housing together to think collectively about how we can use our levers at the state level, but also how we can better support localities. It's a real privilege to be here today and hear from the Wake County and the Raleigh folks and really hear about the day-to-day challenges and opportunities that folks like we just heard from have in trying to create affordable housing. So, look forward to this discussion.
Very good. So when I was in high school, I was a total dork, and one of my favorite things to do was watch the McLaughlin Group with my dad on Friday nights. That was like the cool thing to do. And the host of that would say, "This is an unrehearsed program," and so this is pretty much what you're seeing here is an unrehearsed. But they do have questions, so I'm going to ask each of them a question, then we'll let folks chime in on others, and then I may throw some curveballs in here as we go. But the first is to our host, the City of Raleigh, Jess. And to ask, what would you say Raleigh is doing well?
Thank you. Well, I think a lot of what Raleigh is doing well has already been highlighted today. We've talked a lot about the land use reform changes that Raleigh did in 2021. We're seeing the fruits of those changes. I was working as a developer at the time, and that was a real game changer to have not have to build parking. I'd been building affordable housing for extremely low-income folks for years and having to build these big empty parking lots and then have to pay for all the stormwater infrastructure caused by all this impervious surface that no one was parking in. So that alone was a huge game changer, really allowed for much greater flexibility, much greater affordability for affordable developers to do that, and became something that was modeled in other communities. You know, it became something that other communities could see was being successful. So that's one thing. And then the other thing that we haven't touched on a ton is back in 2016 when Raleigh initiated the Penny for Housing. They were one of the first communities to really say, federal dollars are not quite as flexible as we want. They can be a little bit unpredictable in terms of timing. There's just not enough of them. And bond funding is a huge important funding source, but those can be a little bit unpredictable and don't come on a regular recurring schedule that developers can count on. So the city council approving that dedicated funding stream that developers know is coming every year and can bank on and can use in a really flexible way was a big game changer for Raleigh, and again, emulated by other communities around the Triangle.
Yeah. Anyone else want to add praise to Raleigh?
I'll jump in. Well, sorry, you can go too. Okay, I want to build on the parking thing because the fact that Raleigh was among one of the first municipalities in the state to remove parking minimums. I think Gastonia and then Cramerton, which is a small town, they had it. So it does kind of suit itself well to different types of towns and cities. Nevertheless, those were the places that really informed a statewide law now that removes parking lot minimums. So I do want to give credit to Raleigh for leadership in that. And while we're on that topic, recognizing that the governor just signed a bill that allows for by right residential development in commercially zoned areas, but it got sort of worked out so that it's limited to only Raleigh and Charlotte. But again, at the same time, I feel like there's some leadership there, some things that the rest of the state can learn, and we look forward to that. And then I do think Raleigh, among other places, Wake County, are setting some high bars in terms of creative financing that the rest of us could learn from.
Yes, and I would say to add on that, I appreciate the work that's been done around the ADU space with the city as well, which to your point also helped to inform legislation at the state level. We also saw some momentum with other municipalities across Wake County as well, and so just appreciate that our largest municipality is comfortable with being innovative and stepping out first, and it helps other municipalities to have comfort in doing the same, so I appreciate that as well. I would also say that, if we think of Raleigh as an ecosystem, I think not only does the city as government do incredibly well, but just also, again, in the spirit of collaboration, our nonprofits are also just really strong in this season when it comes to leveraging dollars, being creative, being nimble and flexible. And so just wanting to highlight that too, that not only is it at a government lens and perspective, but there's also so many other players in Raleigh right now who are all speaking the same message and language. And so we're seeing a lot of momentum because of that too.
I think you have mic number 3 here. If you can turn it on, that'd be great. Yeah, I know. All right. Apparently mic number 3 doesn't work. Oh well, tried it. So next question is for Janneke to kind of expand on your introduction there. So I've had in my career, 3 of the jobs I've had, I was the first one to ever have them. And so, but never under the kind of spotlight of being in a governor's office. And so I'd be curious to hear more about the executive order and what your upcoming plans might be.
Maybe,
Please. I'd love it. No, I think there is so much to be done. And we've heard about it today. We've talked about everything from homelessness, which is coming under so much pressure right now. Again, that's another thing I want to shout out to Wake County and Raleigh about, is kind of being in the lead in terms of trying to get ahead of sort of the challenges that are being created by federal programming. And so I think the rest of the state can learn from that as well. But we've got everything from homelessness to market rate housing. We need all the things. The report that has been very informative to all of us is that North Carolina needs 764,000 housing units by 2029, and that study was done before Helene, so you have to add the housing units we lost.
Hello. Well, I guess we could yell.
Fun game. Yeah, that's a good analogy. It's like musical. Somebody doesn't get a mic. So, okay. So let's see. Where was I? So there's a whole lot to do. There's 764,000 housing units to be built. This is to keep up with the growth that North Carolina has already is going to have, but it's also to fill the gap in the last 15, 16 years of underbuilding that this state and pretty much the rest of the country have experienced. So there's just so many fronts. There is, however, real momentum. It's a great time to be trying to do this. It's, always said that it's bipartisan, but I also think it's just really interesting collaboration and coalitions. For example, we talked about the parking bill, which had a stormwater runoff component and a parking component, and the home builders loved it, and the environmentalists loved it. So, it's sort of all kinds of mix of bedfellows are really leaning in right now on housing, and so that makes me very excited. So I have a lot of directions I can go and a lot of things I could do. I'm really working on coordinating the state agencies as a primary first step, but then, and then, as I say, getting the rest of the stakeholders to row in the same direction on what could be the most priority, impactful things.
So I'll go off script here for the first time, not the last time. Ask my fellow panelists what they might want to see the governor's office do in this new coordinating role, and I'll just give them a second to think about that by noting that City Builder, Jen Truman's organization, wrote up a great to-do list article about what could happen, and there's a whole lot of things that would have never occurred to me in different contexts. That was fascinating. So any of my other speakers want to tell Yannicka how to do her job in the near future?
I was having a conversation with your colleague Yolanda during the break, she right over there, who was talking about, for example, we were discussing sidewalks as an area where it's a critical way to have connectivity and have access to the things that you're close to. It's a safety concern. It's an accessibility concern for people with disabilities, and it can be struggles for municipalities to fund, pass it on to the private sector, but you've got disconnected sidewalks. So that was, one thing we were discussing was, things like where you've got state maintained roads, is there opportunities there to be connecting all the good things that are happening in communities?
I would always speak to opportunities for increased funding that is not connected to low-income housing tax credits. And look, I love LIHTC. It is the #1 funder of affordable housing in this nation, but diverse housing types are incredibly important, particularly in our market. And so additional funding that helps to support cottage-style housing, single-family housing, condominiums, right? Anything along those lines so that we can fill the missing middle, just would really want to welcome increased funding in that space.
Well, you can keep them, unless you have something. You can keep the mic work because the next question is for you. So to start to lead off with is how the city and the county work together, if you can describe in the affordable housing context.
Yes, we work incredibly well. If there's investment taking place within the city of Raleigh, it's likely investment from both the city and both the county. And so it's through a thought partnership perspective. Eileen Rosa spoke earlier to the COC initiative, and the city is such a strong partner and leader within that space as well. And so we're grateful that it's not just within the capital A affordable housing space, but it truly is along the continuum that we're seeing, us be in lockstep with the city. And so instead of how are we, I would say how are we not? We really are grateful for this season with which if either of our departments are doing something, we're able to have conversations and see how we can partner with each other. Jess, I don't know if you want to add. You're the city. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll say I jotted down some notes. I said we talked about, we've got some more formal coordination, and then we just have relationships. Something that we maybe haven't talked a ton about is just relationships, and that's, a huge piece of collaboration is just connections. We've worked together for years. I worked with Emila in other circumstances, so there's lots of relationships in the affordable housing world, and we're learning best practices from other municipalities where, if we find Durham's doing something cool, let's call their staff. We know those folks. People are really gracious with their time to share and collaborate and talk about lessons learned or good ideas. And so there's a lot of that informal relationship development and communication and peer education at the staff level, and I think that really serves the region well.
Yeah, what we do is a really small world. So whenever I teach that course I talked about, when I say you got like it or not, you got to be nice to pretty much everyone all the time, because you're going to cross paths them in some other context in some other way. So Jason is the one person on this panel that I hadn't met before, which is, I say, because we didn't coordinate our shirts. That was just an entirely coincidence. But want to hear, I don't think people have a good understanding of what housing authorities really do. And so I was hoping you could give an explanation, including particularly how you're unique from some of the other things we've talked about today.
We appreciate that question. So I'll touch on a few things, one from my space. And so, as my title suggests, as Acquisitions and Strategic Partnership Director, one thing I'm doing is just lobbying for a new title, because it's just a lot of title to work with. But fundamentally, we do a couple things in the housing authority. One, obviously, is a large owner of public housing and a large owner of affordable housing. And within that, there's both the client-side service side of that. There's also the kind of capital improvement, asset management side of that. There's a community stakeholder side of that. And then outside of that, we also administer housing choice vouchers, or a variety of voucher types that provide subsidy for rental assistance across Wake County for anyone who lives and or works in Wake County. We issue around 4,000 of those. Those subsidies are extremely valuable for our clients and also extremely valuable for a lot of affordable housing properties that use them to subsidize their revenue stream. And beyond that, we work on a lot of other innovation. Housing authorities are funded by a variety of funding streams, but largely by the federal government, and then also through much more kind of entrepreneurial activities as of late. One thing that's happening in the housing authority world is that year by year our subsidy stream is declining, and we're needing as a group across the nation to be much more entrepreneurial in the way that we think about managing this declining subsidy stream, but also maintaining the services that we already provide to our clients, as well as trying to increase the amount of affordable housing and associated services with that. And so a few things that we do that's unique to us. One is just the access to vouchers. Vouchers are an extremely valuable resource in the community. They provide subsidy at the deepest levels of affordability. They're a tool that's very effective both in the development space, but I think something that we are trying to be very innovative within the Housing Authority as well, outside of a wide variety of development initiatives and the use of subsidies, is also in the acquisition preservation space. There hasn't been a whole lot of conversation today about preservation, but I do know that everyone cares deeply about it that's in this room. But this is a space that housing authorities do have a unique capacity to participate in, particularly ones like the Raleigh Housing Authority, that through years of very sound financial management, we have a lot of resources. And with these resources, we have the capacity to go out to the bond market, to raise money through the bond market outside of kind of LIHTC and other subsidy sources, use that, and then create innovative partnerships with other private or nonprofit partners, as well as direct, and acquire properties, preserve them more or less for perpetuity, and also use our vouchers in kind of strategic, systematic ways to apply deep, affordable subsidy within a mixed income, what we would call poverty decentralized property level property. So that's a little bit of what we do.
Yeah, I appreciate that, including demonstrating what Yolanda was talking about earlier about how mixed income has many different meanings. It's kind of like saying rent control. It's like, what are you really talking about here? It can mean any number of different things. So a couple more questions. First is, what are some examples from around the country that you've seen that you think might work well here in Raleigh? And I'll lead off. One of them I think could be, and I know some of you guys have worked on it, is the Montgomery County model, where they are government-owned buildings that are another flavor of mixed income. You got some market rate, some 50%. The land is free, but otherwise, and they get some bond financing, but otherwise it's extremely low subsidy. And so it doesn't take much money, and they've been producing a lot of units. Now, granted, it's also one of the richest counties in the country, which helps. But it's something that theoretically could at least work here. So open it up to any of you to jump in with things that you think we ought to try here that have worked well elsewhere.
Well, I don't know everything Raleigh and Wake County are doing. I know it's a lot, and I don't presume to have any tips for them, but I'll name a couple. One resource I really like is the National League of Cities and their partnership with the American Planning Association. They have a beautiful handbook, the Housing Supply Accelerator Handbook, that has lots of different examples from what different towns and cities are doing across everything from financing to land use to, all kinds of things. So. And I understand that Greensboro is participating as one of a city of cohorts. It's going to be doing an accelerator project, so we maybe can look to them and see what we learn from their road to 10,000, as they're calling it. But I'll just pick one from the grab bag that I don't know what you guys have actually done around this, but I think making it easier through easing the permitting process, streamlining, making it more I got a cheer. I got somebody over there, so I must be hitting on something. I've heard about this entire state of Delaware undertook to build a platform where all the things that you might need permitting for, and then they partnered with a county as well, so that it would all go through one portal, and you would know fairly early on all the paperwork you needed to submit. You could, in theory, you'll be able to watch, like when you order a pizza, where your proposal is in the pipeline, and then what that does, besides making it a lot easier on the developer, is it's to take work out, reduces the burden on staff as they kind of streamline the process from them as well. And then I think also particularly focusing on things like the emerging, smaller local developers, who seem to be the ones most likely to be doing some of the missing middle housing. But again, for whom, if you could make it clearer, easier, more how to find ways to support them, those might be some of the more low-hanging fruit ideas,
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I would add too is that, I would say making it as easy as possible for non-traditional players to invest in affordable housing and participate in affordable housing. So the moment that a business is thinking about moving to our market, we should be having a conversation with them about, how are you going to invest in affordable housing? How are you going to build affordable housing? You're bringing in employees. What are the implications to that? How is it impacting our market? Us having comfort in those conversations early on. We are no longer, this mid-sized community where we're hoping for investments to come. They're coming. Right? It's great that we incentivize, but we don't have to incentivize. People will come. And so how are we leveraging that opportunity to encourage more businesses to invest within the affordable housing market? And I would say similarly, again, that diversity piece, we are so grateful for the developers who build in our markets time and time again. We just had a panel with two of our leaders within that space, but how are we encouraging new generations to invest in, development in our community? How are we encouraging as diverse as possible with adaptive reuse and, more creativity there? We see a lot of national best practices there and would love to see more opportunities within our market.
I'll just add one to your point about broadening the scope of folks who might be interested in affordable housing. Some communities like Charlotte's really led the way in what we call YIGBY, if you haven't heard of that, yes, in God's backyard. So really engaging faith communities that in some cases have kind of excess land or undeveloped property to get involved in affordable housing. And so Raleigh started dipping our toe into doing a little bit of research there. We are planning to have a fall convening of faith partners and development partners to get folks in the room talking to each other, but looking at those ways to see where is who has land, who has an interest in affordable housing? It should be all of us. So how can we be making it easier through permitting, which is also something we're pursuing through at staff level through our strategic plan. So that's one of the strategic plan projects that's occurring. But how can we make this simpler so that more people can get involved?
Just a couple comments. I'm actually new to the Raleigh area, so I came from Salt Lake City, and prior from Salt Lake City, I spent most of my career in the Seattle Pacific Northwest area. And so a couple things that come from that, or at least come in mind, is I think, some of us, I think there was some mention to Portland, there was some mention to Seattle earlier today, and some similar areas. A lot of the zoning reforms have already been mentioned today, and basically elimination of single-family zones in certain areas that really can take density. That may or may not appease everyone, but they really prove to basically produce a lot of housing and a lot of innovation, and provide a lot of entrepreneurial spirit to really take place based off those initiatives. I think there's been some very interesting interactions between city, county, and public housing authorities trying to use the unique capacities of housing authority to kind of fill gaps and solve problems in some unique ways. Examples of that are the King County Housing Authority, which is the housing authority of King County, which is basically where Seattle and Bellevue and the Washington area exist. They've done some very innovative things in a broad level, both on the development side, but I would say on the acquisition side, they've provided a variety of means for credit enhancement and other mechanisms so that they can lower their cost of capital and do really large preservation moves in a very short period of time. In Salt Lake, there's a lot of innovative kind of mix of transportation, mid-rise development, elimination of single-family zoning in certain areas to kind of increase townhomes and other kind of infill product. And so I think all of those places, there's something to learn. I was just recently in Chattanooga, and it was super exciting just to see the amount of energy and innovation that was coming out of Chattanooga in their fund exercises. There's just a lot of intellect, but also just a lot of energy from the community and leadership from the mayor to produce housing outcomes, which I think ultimately we're all focused on. And so I think all of those things are things we can learn from and be excited about.
I have one more I want to talk about. This is one of my pet favorite subjects. I came from a federal policy conversation, and there we talked a lot about innovation in housing production, manufactured, modular, et cetera. You couldn't have a conversation without it. And I'm sort of surprised coming back to North Carolina to hear how little it's talked about as an opportunity. And yet North Carolina's the third largest state in terms of mobile home placements, shipments. And we have a lot of affordable housing that is manufactured housing. It's not your great-grandmother's trailer anymore. It's a very energy efficient, very aesthetically appealing kind of housing that if we could figure out how to get it to scale, and I don't know actually what the zoning rules are in Wake County. I do know actually my son and his wife and my grandchild live in a community in Apex that is all made of, I guess, cross-mod. You wouldn't even recognize necessarily that they're manufactured housing, but it's an adorable neighborhood. It's been around for at least a couple of decades, I think. So I assume that there are places that work, but the Road to Housing bill, the federal bill, just changed the definition of manufactured housing. The state has aligned its definition to meet the requirements to take advantage of that, and now the really important next step is going to fall to local governments to decide how to accommodate more innovative, low-cost types of housing like this.
Well, and we're actually doing really good on it. We've got another 15 minutes here, so we're doing good on time, so I'm going to ask a few more questions. Because you made me think it would be good to ask, what are you excited about as potentially happening into your manufactured housing? And this is the point I like to make. When you think about residential rental construction, you could take someone from medieval times, put them on a job site, and they could add value all day long. There'd be some things they couldn't do, like they'd be amazed at a nail gun, that kind of thing. But for the most part, they could do the work. In what other profession is that true? You wouldn't want a doctor from medieval times, but in residential rental, and so the point being, as a species, we're way overdue some innovation in residential, and maybe it's manufactured housing, maybe it's 3D printing. They're doing a lot of that in Texas. Apparently, there's a whole 3D printed community there. So And so that's something that to which I'm excited, is potentially innovating and changing. So what's coming up for y'all that you can foresee? Do you
I think I had my turn already.
Yeah, you got this question going here. Who else?
Well, it's an interesting question because outside of my affordable housing career, I used to work for one of the largest national apartment developers in the U.S. who was working a lot on the modular housing and trying to solve for it. And in the Northwest, there's a couple different very large modular providers based out of Idaho who are providing a lot of the modular housing in California. And I watched them go through many different hands of ownership, even the same hands of ownership through a few different successions. And it seems to me that we're solving the technological side of that, but not necessarily solving the financial and structural side of that. We have a lot more new modular housing providers out there. The Housing Authority ourselves have had conversations down this pathway. I've spent at least the last 10 years in and out of that conversation. And you are seeing even the largest owners of real estate in the United States that are dabbling in that space still struggling to execute on the modular housing platform, even one in which they are their own kind of supplier and user. And, you know, from my experience, one is modular housing, while attractive, doesn't always fit, you know, really within the built space as well as sometimes we would like it to be. But I think the other problem with it at times that we need to solve for, and this isn't actually a comment about a lack of interest in it. I love the subject and I really hope we can solve for it. But I think that the challenge is trying to figure out a subsidization and capital cycle that allows it to have a full evergreen execution, because most of the modular housing providers that I've been close to have failed, and they generally fail because of the cyclical element of the housing market, and there's always a period of collapse where there just isn't enough funding on the capital side, and the return of capital needed to keep them going is just not sufficient before they go out of business. And it seems like there needs to be some sort of state government or other fundamental mechanism which can just both enhance kind of the demand side of that curve, but also the capital side at a lower cost of capital. So my 2 cents on that.
Anything else about which y'all are excited that's maybe coming up here?
I mean, the one thing, if we're talking about manufactured housing or modular housing, that I would add, and you spoke to demand, I think it would have to be paired with an education campaign for the public, because we're seeing momentum in terms of, legislation being passed to encourage it. You spoke of, funding needs, heard on that. But, if we align all of those different players, then what? Right? Our residents don't fully understand that, the type of housing that was built decades ago is not the type of housing that's being built today. And so if we offer this product to our residents, are they going to be receptive to it? Are they going to be okay with it being built next door to them? I'm not confident that they will be at this point. And that's because we collectively have not done the work of talking with the public about this, letting them know about how strong and high quality it is these days. And so I would be hesitant to put a lot on the pipeline, because we want to make sure that that demand piece is there. And so just again, thinking about that ecosystem and the need for us to talk with the public, because everyone else has finally caught up. I've worked in housing my entire career and been waiting for this. I come from Tennessee, where, we do a lot of housing within this space. And so happy that it's now nationally recognized. But now we need to catch up with the public and do some campaigning around that.
All right, so the last of the specific questions is to go back to what Councilmember Underhill mentioned this morning about relating to values. So I'm going to get each of you to talk about your values, and I've got a thought from my own here that I'll go after you, but because I think it's really important to do that, because while I don't know that everyone agrees with the facts and data that we talked about today, you kind of have to. I mean, it's kind of like being a moon landing denier to think that supply and demand don't matter. I mean, it's just, or flat earther, basically, to think that supply doesn't reduce rents. It's just inherently fundamentally wrong. And I get that it's hard to connect the dots between luxury housing and homelessness, but they are connected. They're real. And so there's nothing more to debate about that. There's just maybe some education to be done. But I personally think there's also some more we can cover, some things we can address by talking about values instead of the data, in addition to the data. So I want to open it up to, as the spirit moves you, to share thoughts about that. again, this is a curveball. I didn't know I was going to
I'll
ask
start
about
down on
this.
this end.
Yeah.
I think I'll just, sort of tip my hat to the governor, because I think that solving for housing is a really long-term thing. You're not going to knock it out of the park in 1 year and get 764,000 houses built and suddenly everybody's, happy and they can afford their home. So it is a commitment today for a long-term future that is going to take, more than one term, more than two, it's going to take a long time to see the fruits of this work. It's something that we've been putting off for too long. And so stepping up and saying, I'm going to lean into this, and it's not always totally popular, even though it has a lot of broad support. So hats off to that. And then I will use one of my favorite quotes that the governor says, which I think captures some of the things that we heard today about how people think about it, the supply and demand, without using the words supply and demand. He says, they say if you build it, they will come. But it turns out in North Carolina, even if you don't build it, they're going to come anyway. And it's a cute line, but it really drives home the point that people are moving to North Carolina no matter what, and they are bringing dollars. The point that the wealthier than the people coming in are wealthier than the people who live here now is true for the whole state. And so they're bringing dollars, and they're going to outbid us. They're going to outbid each other for the limited housing, unless we can build more housing. Otherwise, it's going to completely price out the people who have always lived here and make it harder for new companies to come and create jobs. So,
yeah, it's not like someone in Ohio heard, hey, they're building really cool condos in the corner of Glenwood and Peace. I'm going to move to Raleigh. That's not anyone's thought process. No, you move here because of a job or to school or your family, and then yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just to echo that, I think Councilmember Underhill, I wrote this down. Our communities are changing whether you like it or not, right? And life is changing whether we like it or not, right? That's how it goes. But thinking about that collectively, one of the questions was that I think came from a question asker submitted with their registration was like, what's the framing? How do you kind of frame these conversations? And I think it's, the change is coming. So what is our goal together? What do we all want to do? The folks who are moving to North Carolina love the things about North Carolina that we love. It's all of these things that we share. And so I think really having a genuine curiosity about what is driving other folks is going to distill it down to a lot of commonalities. We all want, Emma shared in the presentation some of those quotes from folks who'd been living outside. One of the quotes, I like to go to my job, I like to come home, I like to watch TV, I like to make dinner. It's normal stuff, and that means so much. And I think that's something I love to do, all of those things too, and everybody I know does. And just focusing on we get such security from locking that door and, laying our head down at night and knowing we have a place to go and knowing we have a place to invite people to. And I get emotional when I talk about this, but, I just think it's such a common human experience. And when we really go back to that, that is what we are all trying to do.
Just a couple quick comments. In thinking about that, I think one of the things is that all across this country and even outside of this country, any major city is experiencing something similar to that. So, from my perspective, if you try to benchmark, that feeling and that sense, and also just the data points, there is a commonality that we're all experiencing across human types, across a lot of space, and we just haven't figured it out yet. So I think we all should give ourselves some grace to try to solve it together. But when I also think about that, I went to school, I did postgraduate work in London, and I found it just totally intriguing that London has been struggling with this same question basically since World War II. It's just grown and grown and grown and grown, and it's never been able to produce enough housing over the history from World War II. And to me, that seems to be replicated in a lot of places across America, not all, but a significant amount. And when I bring it back to values, one is, I was thinking actually the other day just about character and the idea of patterns of character in decision making, relative to the idea of trying to involve community into very difficult situations in which you're trying to engage in affordable housing, whether it's on the development or acquisition side, in communities that just simply don't want you next door. And one thing that was embedded in me early years in the Housing Authority is that, our service and what we provide to our residents is a really gift to our residents, but almost more so it's a gift to us to be able to provide that service. And I think from a value perspective, if we could share similar values both across our colleagues but also across the community, we would be more able to provide kind of the services and the housing that we seek.
Well, yeah. I think if there's one takeaway from everything I've shared on this panel today that I hope I could leave you all with is that there is not one human being that was meant to live on the margins, right? No one was meant to live in that way. No one was meant to live unsheltered. No one was meant to live unstably housed. No one was meant to live with mold or wondering how they will pay rent or their mortgage in the next month. And so, when I, go to a community group or when people on my team or anyone who works in housing, right, our developers who are on the front lines hearing about opposition, sometimes people ask, well, isn't it hard to hear people say that they don't want things to be built? Yeah, it's hard. It's hard, but that's not as difficult as the individual who is not stably housed within our community. And so in terms of values and why we do this work, that's why we do this work. Yes, we built a new unit and we had a ribbon cutting and it was fabulous, but now we have to go on to the next and the next and the next. And so that supply piece, it's critical. It will always be critical. I, of course, want affordable housing within our market, but Wake County wants all housing in our market because every unit that's built is impacting the ecosystem, and we just need more people to realize that. We need more people to realize the why. We need more people to realize that from a human perspective, just get over it. Get over yourself. Get over it. I don't care. Get over it. Right? We have got to build housing for people who need it because everyone deserves to live in that way. Everyone deserves a home. And so, I think that's the value that a lot of us have in this room. And it's definitely the value that's had at Wake County, right? We care about all of our residents. And if we truly care about all of our residents, yes, we hear you and your opinion, but we are going to build as many housing units as we can so that everyone could be stably housed.
So I'm going to take the moderator's privilege and answer my own question here as the last one to speak. So as a upper middle class, gray-haired white guy, I've got a lot of privilege, and I try to use that when I can to say things to people that they don't want to hear. And so I'm about to do that right now. I'm going to build on what Yolanda Winstead talked about earlier about when she's trying to look for, DHS, he's looking for properties to build on. They look for something that's already zoned. And the reason for that is because what that zoning is saying, if it is like R4, R1 in some communities, what it's saying is the people that she would house are not welcome unless they do all kinds of begging and pleading, all kinds of promises, get past a bunch of angry homeowners that don't want them there. That's what that zoning is saying. And it's not even just the affordable housing. That zoning is saying if you live in an apartment, if you're a renter, you may as well be a factory or a strip club or, God forbid, a data center. We don't want you in our community unless you, again, beg and plead, and maybe after a few years, if you're in Chapel Hill, maybe we'll let you live there. And that, to me, that's against my values. A person is a person. I don't care if they're living in a single-family house or the 8th floor of an apartment building. They're not a problem. They're a person. And that zoning is all the worse when you think about its history. It's not something we've had forever. That zoning took off in popularity in our country as soon as the Supreme Court struck down racial covenants. When we had those in place, people didn't need the zoning because they're able to accomplish it a different way. But once the Supreme Court got rid of that, the city of Berkeley came up with, let's make it single-family zoning. And everyone around the country thought, oh, cool, let's do that. And so it sprang up, and we're still doing it today. That's the history of it. That's why it came up, and we're still doing it now. We don't have to. Now, granted, if anyone were to stand up to that, they probably get voted out of office, and that can be the cost of courage. But it still is the right thing to do. At any rate, that's my value. So I think we're out of time. I didn't know if the city had any last goodbye message here.
First of all, let's hear it for our panel. Thank you all so much. I'm going to say just a few words and turn it over to Emily to close us out. First of all, thank you all so much for spending your Saturday with us and this incredibly important topic. You heard so much good information about our commitment to a home for everyone, newcomers and existing Raleigh residents. I did want to take just a minute to recognize and acknowledge that it is crucially important that the growth and change that's needed to keep Raleigh affordable for our existing residents and for new residents has impacts, and it has costs. It has impacts on your quality of life if you're a long-time Raleigh resident, and it has costs in terms of infrastructure investments, stormwater investments, things of that nature. I want you to know that we are committed to addressing those. We are in the middle of working on our comprehensive land use plan that'll take us through 2050. It's called Reflecting Raleigh. We have some teammates out in the lobby that you can get some more information, scan a QR code. Please stay involved and engaged in that process as we work with our elected officials to make sure we show you how we're going to make sure that this new growth and change is not going to make your life worse. It's going to make our community better. So thank you for that. I'm going to turn it over to Imola to close us out, and thank you again for coming.
Thanks, Pat, for that important message. Well, we made it, everyone. Thank you to that final panel. Thank you to all of our speakers. I just want to shout out specifically thank you to our housing and community development staff, Liz Doherty, Samantha Smith, and Chloe McNeil, who made this event happen. Thanks to RTN. Thanks for Parks for these amazing flowers. Thanks to the Convention Center. And again, I just want to put it back on you all. I think that one thing that we all want to take away from this is that we all share a vision for Raleigh, and that is that everyone has a safe, stable, affordable place to call home. So really appreciate all of your leadership and expertise in this space and for joining us here today. Have a great afternoon.